start the recording and share the agenda.
Great. Thanks, Mary Rose. Good evening. This is Brendan Magnan, Chair of the Milford Inland Wetlands Agency, and I'm calling to order the July 16th, 2025 public hearing and regular meeting of the agency. Lisa, could you please call the roll? Just make a note that Matthew Connor is excused. Steve Munson is excused. Thank you.
Daniel Bedecker.
Here.
Ranjit Bahav.
Here.
Brian Black.
Here.
Jim Connors.
Here.
Matthew Connors. Steve Munson. Nick Ritchie.
Here.
Julie Valvo.
Here.
Julie.
Sorry, here.
Buddy Field.
Here.
Ray Gradwell.
Here.
Brendan Magnan.
And I'm here. Thank you. If everyone can just lower their hands until we're through our initial proceedings, I will acknowledge you in a moment. At this time, I'd like to declare Mr. Gradwell to serve as the designating alternate this evening.
Yes.
Mr. Gradwell?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yep.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you have 2 seats open if you'd like to have both alternates seated.
Yes, indeed. Apologies for that. Yep, and Mr. Field as well, please.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary Rose. Okay, good evening, everyone. Just as a reminder, before we get into the proceedings, this meeting is being recorded and will be made available on YouTube in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act and Governor Lamont's executive orders. During this meeting, especially this evening, as we have a very large attendee audience, please utilize the raise your hand feature via Zoom. If you wish to be recognized at the time that the public is invited for comment. Otherwise, during the proceedings, please keep yourselves on mute the entire time so that we have a productive and sort of a non-distracted conversation, giving attention to everyone who's got the floor at the time. And remember, this is the Milford Inland Wetlands Agency, as you all know, and so our purview and our jurisdiction is strictly limited to wetlands, brooks, rivers, floodings, and wetland habitat. So protection of those resources is what we're trained to do, and what we're narrowly focused on. Zoning issues and traffic issues and other considerations are not under our purview. So should that be a topic that is surfaced, I will simply ask that that topic be deferred to some other agency as may be applicable. So the way the agenda will work as it's laid out, right, is we're going to now move into the pledge. After that, we will entertain any public comments on topics that are not on the agenda. That is a standing public comment opportunity every meeting that we have. We're going to then go into old business. We're going to open up the public hearing, and we're going to entertain some new business and proceed with the balance of the meeting as is customary. So at this time, I would invite everyone to stand and join us. You can unmute yourselves and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. If Mary Rose, you could share the flag.
We had it there for a second.
Give you a moment. I pledge allegiance
To
to
the
the flag
of the United
of the United States of America,
and to the
and to
republic
the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one nation,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with liberty
And justice for all.
all.
with liberty for all.
Great, thanks,
Amen.
everyone. Thanks for that resounding Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone could mute yourselves from this point until recognized by me. At this time, I would like to invite anyone from the public that's here that would like to address the agency on topics not otherwise on the agenda. Is there anyone here wishing to address the agency on topics not otherwise on the agenda? Seeing none, moving on to item D1. So that's the first item in old business. Mary Rose, can you give us an update on violation IWC 25006?
This is Zero Cascade Boulevard. This violation is tabled while the vegetation is established. Vegetation has been planted and the property owner has been watering, and we expect to have a report end of August, beginning of September.
Thank you, Mary Rose. And could you introduce yourself since we have a lot of guests participants?
Okay.
Mhm.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mary Rose Palumbo. I'm the inland wetland agent for the city of Milford. If you have any questions after the meeting, you can reach me at my email address that's on the city webpage. But most city officials are their first initial, last name at milfordct.gov. So I would be MPALUMBO at milfordct.gov.
Thank you, Mary Rose. And moving on to the next item on the agenda, D2, please. Can you give us an orientation on this one, Mary Rose?
Okay, this is item D2. It's 945 North Street. I'm just going to switch you over to the aerial view and the site plan. This is 945 North Street, IW 250037. It's a proposal by Bethany Farms and Nursery to reconstruct a garden center on the old Frank's Nursery site at 945 North Street. The work is proposed within 150 feet of wetlands that are associated with Flax Mill Brook that's in the Weppawad River watershed. Proposal is to remove some of the parking areas closest to the wetlands, reconstruct the building and parking areas, entrance drives, and add stormwater management to the site, including stormwater quality basins. I'm sorry. And the city engineer's review was received this afternoon, and it was in the meeting documents, and I will share that with you now, I think. These are the, as you know, as typical of the city engineer, he will note a number of items and then he will give his recommendations. So I've highlighted the recommendations here for you. If you want to see the whole document, please let me know. After discussion at the last meeting, the planting plan has been revised to show that the former parking areas will now be planted with a meadow mix instead of a mowed lawn. That meadow mix will be maintained once a year to keep out invasives and woody vegetation. Planting plan was also revised to add non-native invasive species control on the rear of the site along the wetland and watercourse, including a large stand of Japanese knotweed. This evening, we have Ron Wassmer of Connecticut Civil Group and Matt Pop of Environmental Land Solutions to answer your questions on the project.
Great. Thanks, Mary Rose, for the update. And I would just note while you're sharing this, I'm sorry, if you can just go back to that. So there are 3 recommendations listed by the engineer. And before we give the applicant an opportunity to comment, are there any outstanding wetlands related recommendations in your view that need to be addressed that have not been addressed?
No, I don't believe so.
Thank you. Mr. Wassmer or Mr. Pop, would you like to add anything to the record this evening?
Good evening, Ronald Wasmer, agent for the applicant Bethany Farms. Mary Rose pretty much summed it up, but we are happy that we got the city engineer's review. He's got 3 recommendations. You can read those, but I'll paraphrase that he's reminding us that maintenance of these ponds may require additional permits, removal or abandonment of the existing septic system requires coordination with the health department, and any curbing and sidewalks that the public works deems needs to be repaired is required to be repaired at the direction of the public works department. In his report, the city engineer's report, I'm going to paraphrase, he commented that we provided a hydrology study that demonstrates we're mitigating the runoff for the 25-year storm of 24-hour duration, and that we've provided water quality volume as recommended by the Connecticut DEP 2024 stormwater manual. I have nothing further to add, but I'll turn it over to Matt, and he can make a couple comments on his landscaping plan, planting plan, if he so chooses.
Thank you, Mr. Westmer. Mr. Pop?
I'm going to just point out that Matt told me that he's doing double duty tonight. So I see that he's in attendance. He's got another meeting he's attending.
There we go.
There he is. There's Matt.
Just had to unmute. Matt Pop, Landscape Architect, Environmental Land Solutions. Again, the two changes were that we added the invasive species control notes. They're in the top right-hand corner of the plan, just out of view. There we go. The plan, there's two notes there. And then the area, the pavement area underneath the overhead high retention lines, the pavement there that's being removed, that area will be seeded with a meadow mix. And, it probably will be cut once a year, but it all depends on the utility company, how they maintain the land underneath their easement. So again, we just added those two changes to the plan. And that was it.
Thank you, Mr. Pop, for accommodating those revisions pursuant to our discussion during the last meeting. At this time, the agency can ask questions. We can request additional information. We can approve or deny the application or take no action. What is the prerogative of the agency?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Gregory.
I think during the last presentation from Mr. Wasmer and Mr. Pop, we had talked about the driveway that discharges onto Woodruff. If you want to zoom over to that, Mary Rose, it'd be helpful. And that driveway is primarily within an upland review area of a wetland resource to the east. Mr. Wasmer or Mr. Pop, was there any consideration of moving that driveway a little bit further to the west to minimize impacts to that upland review area?
We did discuss it. The driveway that's proposed follows along the existing driveway. So thus we can use the existing driveway apron. And also one of the things that Matt and I talked about is the only activity on the, I'm going to say the south or the east side of the driveway is the mitigation ponds. This way we don't have any plantings or merchandise such as that a normal nursery would have being placed on the east side of that driveway. So it kind of creates a good demarcation between their sales activity and the mitigation area. So primarily we just want to utilize the existing driveway also.
Matt Pop here. The other thing I kind of not really related to a wetland issue, but moving that driveway a little bit to the west, it aligns with the driveway across the street, directly across the street. I think that they're used to where the driveway is currently, so I'm not sure that they would, allow or like that the driveway that they come out of their driveway and then they look at, another driveway into the landscape nursery business.
I think for consideration, I think Mr. Gravel was kind of trying to understand, was there consideration as to like potentially any detrimental impacts if that were being moved in relation to the wetlands?
Yeah, any long term, excuse me, Mr. Chair, this is, we have an opportunity here to minimize some of the impacts in that upland review area. Under this application, the driveways, maybe they were existing, but I didn't see it on the existing conditions plan. And the utilities, leave the site west of this location. So maybe now why not combine the utilities where they leave the site and the new driveway location a little bit further to the west to minimize some of the impacts? Just my thought. Trying to minimize impacts to that upland review area.
On the existing condition survey, it does indicate the existing driveway apron, which lines up directly with the proposed. And I say proposed driveway, but this is really the historic driveway. It's a compacted gravel. It's somewhat overgrown at the moment, but that is the driveway that exists.
Yeah, if you go to, I think it's sheet 5 of 8, shows the existing conditions plan.
Right.
I believe this is,
And I think the existing condition plan just shows the apron at the street line and not a driveway.
You're correct. It shows the apron.
Okay.
Not necessarily calling out the existing gravel driveway that's there.
if, through you, Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Yes, please.
if you look, not on this map, hold on. You can see the driveway on the near map view from a, it's gravel, but you can see it from the aerial view from early April.
Okay, if you can show us that, that'd be great.
Going to, this is the site. I'm going to spin us around so we're more, you can see the, a little bit up over here, but if you spin around.
Mary Rose, can I comment on this driveway?
Through the chair.
1 second,
Yeah,
Mary,
okay.
1 second, Mr. Connors. Let's just
Okay,
have
Brandon.
presentation first. I'll give you the floor in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is a near map. It's a program that's available at the city. This is the apron and this is the remnants of the gravel driveway that was there when it was Frank's Nursery.
Great, thanks for that, Mary Rose. Mr. Connors, you have the floor.
Yeah, well, I drive by this driveway every day, and the location of that driveway I think is in a good area because it's further away enough away from North Street that if you had a truck or two waiting to go in that driveway, they're not going to impede traffic. So I feel the location is a good location. It might be under with, the review area a little bit, but it's been there for years and years and years.
Agreed, okay. And I would sort of acknowledge that that would mean reduction of trees in the new potential area if it were moved to the right on this particular
Yeah, you would
perspective.
lose some trees.
Yeah, so I appreciate the consideration, but I think it's been considered.
Yeah, no offense, Mr. Chair. I still think it's a great application, reusing this site, great location for this nursery. And I'll probably visit the site and buy some plants and some shrubs as well.
Yes, appreciate that, Mr. Gravel. Yeah, it's a definite investment and improvement, especially Mr. Pop with your additional revisions that you accommodated that we surfaced in last meeting. So if it's prudent, let's have a motion to approve this.
Brandon, I'll make the motion to approve, but can somebody else read it? Because I don't have the motion.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I second it.
Okay, let's have Ms. Valvo read the draft motion and we can add to it if there's anything pertinent.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move after duly considering all relevant factors to approve application IW-25-0037 945 North Street based on the plans entitled Site Plan Special Exception 945 North Street, Milford, Connecticut by Connecticut Civil Group LLC, 7 sheets dated 6/17/25, sheet 5 revised 6/27/25, sheet 5 revised 7/14/25, and landscape plan 945 North Street, Milford, Connecticut by Environmental Land Solutions, 1 sheet dated 6/10/25, revised 7/14/25. The information in the file and presented this evening for the following reasons. This action will not have an impact or effect on the physical characteristics of the adjacent wetlands and watercourses, with conditions including the permittee will submit a construction plan prior to taking out the permit. Soil erosion and sedimentation controls as outlined on the plans and in the Connecticut DEP 2024 erosion and sedimentation control guidelines must be installed and maintained on the site until the property is stabilized. Wetland notification to be placed on the as-built and in the property deed to give notification to property owners that permits are required from the MIWA to work on the site. Compliance with the city engineer's requirements for stormwater. A construction plan must be submitted prior to the permit being taken out. A draft calculation for the construction and mitigation bonds must be submitted for review a minimum of 90 days before taking out the permit. A permit construction bond to be calculated must be posted with the MIWA for S&E controls, border plantings, and an as-built showing finished 2-foot contours and locating all site structures. A mitigation monitoring bond to be calculated must be posted with the MIWA prior to site disturbance for mitigation plantings and a minimum of 3 years of mitigation monitoring by a professional wetland scientist with reports to the MIWA at the initial planting and at least twice a year for a minimum of 3 years. Report to include the status of the site and any recommended corrective actions or amendments to the mitigation plan for the best stabilization of this site. If there is recommended corrective action, there must be an inspection and a report by the professional wetland scientist within 1 week of the corrective action being taken. If the site has not met the criteria as outlined in the plan by or at the end of year 3, this bond may be held for an additional 3 years until such time as the site meets the design criteria, whichever is later, with reports continuing twice a year to confirm status. The permittee must submit a certification by the project engineer that the completed project meets the design intent of the approval prior to bonds being released. Signs for no snow storage or snow push to be added in front of the wetlands and stormwater ponds at the rear of the site. The permit is issued 7/16/25 and expires 7/16/30 unless otherwise provided by statute. That is our motion.
Thank you, Ms. Valvo. Very well done. Any additional comments or conditions for consideration on this motion? If there's no comments, I would just like to comment. I feel like this process rendered a good outcome. We've got some revisions. Credit to the application team for making those, and I would ask Lisa for a roll call vote.
Daniel Bedecker,
Aye.
Ranjit Bahav,
Aye.
Brian Black,
Aye.
Jim Connors,
Aye.
Nick Ritchie,
Aye.
Julie Valvo,
Aye.
Buddy Field,
Aye.
Raymond Gradwell,
Aye.
Brendan Magnan.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Wassmer, Mr. Pop, thanks for coming before us. Please, thank the applicant owner and good luck with your project.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, Narrows, I believe next on the agenda is the public hearing portion, item E, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. At this time, I just want to set some guidelines for the public hearing portion of the meeting. This is in reference to IW 250036. That's at 34 Buick Avenue, map 66, block 825, parcel 16, 34 Buick Avenue. A proposal of a construction of a 53-unit building with Connecticut General Statutes 830G with construction, grading, and stormwater within 100 feet of wetland and watercourse in the Indian River watershed. Mary Rose, could you please read the public notice hearing as is customary for these matters?
This is the public hearing notice that was published in the Milford Mirror. It's pursuant to section 22A39 of the state statutes and section 9 of the Milford Inland Wetlands and Watercourse Regulation of the City of Milford. Notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held on 16 July 2025 on the permit application by 34 Buick Avenue LLC, 34 Buick Avenue, Milford, Connecticut 06460. The request is for a permit to construct a 53-unit 830G development with construction, grading, stormwater, and associated road improvements within 100 feet of a wetland and watercourse in the Indian River watershed at 34 Buick Avenue, map 66, block 825, parcel 16. Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to note that the file contents lists are on file and available in the meeting documents link on the agenda. Notice of this public hearing was published in the Mirror on July 3rd and July 10th. And certificates of mailing have been received from the applicant and are also in the meeting document links.
Thanks, Mary Rose, for confirming the notice requirements have been met. At this time, I do want to just give a brief explanation of the rules. I'll kind of guide us through this process so you don't have to be an expert. Typically, when we open up public hearings, we ask that everyone stay muted for the applicant to present themselves. After the applicant team presents the matter, we'll be hearing it like you for the first time. Though I believe we did hear the initial presentation. I stand corrected. We did hear an initial presentation, but much of the information that we're hearing tonight will be new for us as well. And so during the public meeting, we will organize public comment based on those who have identified themselves in favor of the application, those who have identified themselves opposing the application, and those who have identified themselves as neither, against, or in favor. There's no sort of right or wrong here. It's just in terms of organizing the sequence of speakers. And just as a reminder, please, when you are speaking, direct all of your comments to the agency and to the chair. This is not a back and forth. Any comments that you make will be addressed by the applicant team, should they choose, during their rebuttal. Couple of other quick reminders. We, as an agency, are trained. We will apply the standards of the Connecticut statutes, given the facts before us as we proceed through this process. One thing I didn't mention, but I wanted to mention at the onset, was thanks for everybody for participating in the process and showing your interest. And again, we typically broadcast these live on YouTube, these being our regular meetings and our public hearings. But in this case, there's a conflicting event, so the broadcast will be made available on YouTube, I believe tomorrow on NGAT. And so with that, Mary Rose, do you want to offer one last intro to this matter, and then I'll turn it over to the applicant team.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a proposal by 34 Buick LLC for 53 unit Connecticut General Statute 830G unit apartments with construction, grading, and stormwater within 100 feet of wetlands and watercourses in the Indian River watershed. There are 0.02 acres or 871 square feet of wetlands on the southern portion of the property along Stubby Plain Brook. The closest points of the proposed improvements to wetlands on the property is approximately 82 feet to the entrance drive. Wetlands are also located to the south of the site on the Wolf Spinnaker property and are within 4 feet of the proposed road improvements on Buick Avenue. The city engineer has reviewed the plans and hydrology reports. Those came in, I believe, late yesterday afternoon. They are in the meeting documents.
Thank you, Mary Rose. And I did want to mention also, we typically do these on Zoom so that everybody has access to the same information at the same time. It's going to make it a little bit challenging when we get to the point of inviting folks to speak. Mary Rose, I believe you mentioned to me separately that there is a list of people who have identified themselves. So we'll follow that, and then we'll open it up to anybody. It's merely for sequencing people on the Zoom. It's not anything more or less than that. Okay. I believe at this time, Mr. Crusaden, you're going to kick off the presentation for the applicant team. If you could just, for each of the experts, please state your name and your expertise, and also during your presentation, be mindful of only speaking to the area of expertise that you're responsible for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the agency and staff. For the record, my name is Kevin Crusaden, attorney for the applicant. My office is at 243 Broad Street here in Milford. With me this evening is Robert Weway, professional engineer, Jeff Gordon, landscape architect, Jen Benno, environmental scientist, and Scott Stevens, soil scientist. Also is Dan Thornburg, who is the principal member of 34 Buick Avenue LLC, all here on the meeting with us tonight. And without further comment, I would turn it over to Mr. Weway to start his presentation.
Great, thanks, Mr. Crusaden. Mr. Weeway, just one moment, just a procedural question. There's a hand raised by Sami Arb. Is there a technical issue that you may have? Otherwise, if you could lower your hand just so that.
Okay, I would like to be added to the comments, please, later on in the session.
Okay, you can raise your hand at that time. We'll invite you to do that then. Thank you. Great, Mr. Weeway, go ahead.
Okay, good evening, commission members. My name is Robert Weway. I'm a professional engineer and principal with the firm of Codispodi Associates, with offices located at 263 Boston Post Road in Orange, Connecticut. And we're here tonight on behalf of the applicant, 34 Buick Avenue LLC. And what I'd like to do is, Mary Rose, if you could allow me to share my screen.
You should be able to at this time.
I think that's the wrong one to start with. For some reason,
It's up.
it looks like it's pulling up the cross-section view. It's not pulling up the right drawing. Let me stop sharing again. All right, did that pull up the existing conditions survey?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so what we're looking at here is sheet ECSV, which is the existing condition survey for the property, which is approximately 1.9 acres in size. And we're bounded by Buick Avenue on the southerly property line, multifamily housing on the easterly portion, and single-family residential on the north and western portions of our property. Cherry Street is located approximately 150 feet away from Cherry Street to the southeast corner of the property. And we're basically looking at Stubby Plain Brook in through this area here, which comes through the southern portion of the property, runs under Buick Avenue, and then runs through a culvert under Cherry Street, and then eventually makes its way out to Indian River. So the entire site is located within the Indian River watershed area. And what we've also got here too is, if we take a look at the existing Buick Avenue right-of-way, what's of interest is that the width is not set out to a conventional 50-foot right-of-way. So we have a right-of-way width that varies from approximately 20.8 feet in this general location just off the southeast corner of the property line, and that extends up to about 39 feet as we get back over into the main portion of the property, just east of the culvert crossing. So we're about 39 feet up in this area here. That's the right-of-way width. There's also an existing easement represented by this triangular shape here, and that easement is to the city of Milford for highway purposes, which as we get a little bit later into the plans, you'll see that we are proposing to make use of that triangular easement. Now, with respect to the existing pavement, again, the existing pavement is substandard by City of Milford standards, which would typically be a 30-foot wide asphalt pavement. The existing pavement line varies from approximately 10 feet wide down in this general area here, and extends to a maximum of 17 feet generally up along the southerly portion of the property area up through that section. There's a number of existing buildings on the property, as well as some impervious surface area consisting of an existing two-story home along with two ancillary barns. The existing home is proposed to remain as part of the development, and the two barns are proposed to be demolished as part of the project. And access to the site is served by an existing gravel drive, which is delineated across here, running in front of the barn, and then just up and through this area here with a circular nature around the oak tree. The remainder of the site is largely lawn area, and for the commission members and the public that had a chance to walk it, you'll see that basically the majority of the site is lawn area. There are some wooded areas located up in the northwest corner of the site, and basically running along the property perimeter up and through that area there. The topography on site is also pretty flat, coming down through the Buick Avenue, starting over at Cherry Street. We're running about elevation 17 through the majority of this, and we end up at 18 just on the other side of the culvert. Likewise, internal to the property, we start off at approximate elevation 18 down in the driveway area, and then through the lawn area with gradual slopes getting up to about elevation 22, up and through this back area here. And then up in the northwest corner of the property, the grades do steepen up a little bit, where they rise approximately 7 to 8 feet up in the very northwest corner at elevation 30, give or take. We have the wetlands, which were flagged by Scott Stevens in June of 2023, and for the most part are contained within the banks of Stubby Plain Brook, located through this area here. And then there are additional off-site wetlands on the Wolf Spinnaker property. And we have wetlands from a previous project that we worked on a number of years ago that were flagged by Otto Thiel back in 1995. And we did do an overlay on top of that just to give the commission a general idea of where the wetlands were at that particular point in time. As Mary Rose noted, there's a total of 925 square feet of wetlands, or 0.2 acres on the property. So at this point, what I'd like to do is turn it over to Scott Stevens, and he can give you a little bit more detailed presentation with respect to the wetland types and soil types.
Thank you, Mr. Weiwei. Go ahead, Mr. Stevens. Is Mr. Stevens in attendance?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead, Mr. Stevens.
I might be having some problems with my audio video.
We can hear you. We can see you.
Okay, good. Um, okay, so I am Scott Stevens with Soil Science and Environmental Services. I'm a registered professional soil scientist, and we flagged the wetlands on the property at 34 Buick Avenue back in June of 2023. I put up 16 flags along Stubby Plain Brook on the, I guess it would be the southwestern side of the property on the western side of Buick Avenue. And we had fluviquents, eudafluvents, wetland soil types that we flagged within that perennial watercourse wetland corridor. And then on the rest of the property, it was mostly the upland soils, so that was mostly Haven silt loam, some euthynthes, disturbed euthynt soils, and we had some urban land, which is basically paved areas. That would be Buick Avenue, and there was a garage and a shed and the house at 34 Buick Avenue. And then let's see, on the northeastern side of the site, there's a small swale, and we did have some moderately well drained Ninigrit and Tisbury soils in that swale, which are moderately well drained upland soils. And I'm here to answer any questions. Hopefully my audio works.
Yeah, we heard you fine, Scott. Mr. Stevens, could you just either through Bob or by control of the screen orient us to what you just described? Most of us were on site, but can you just do that for a matter of the record?
I'm sorry, I didn't get what you said.
So you described where these wetland flags are, whether you can share the location or Mary Rose, you can. Typically, that's part of the record as part of the discussion. So Mary Rose, are you
Well,
sharing that?
like I said, the wetland flags they're on the southwestern side of the property, on the western side of Buick Avenue, and there's 16 flags along the watercourse corridor.
And Mary Rose, are you able to zoom in right there? Is that you sharing the screen?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm sharing Mr. Stevens's soil report, figure 2.
Thank you. And can you give us an orientation to the swale area? I believe it's in the upland. Sorry, it's in the wooded upland area. Is that right? Mr. Stevens, can you comment on the quality of those wetlands, the existing conditions of the swale?
Like I said, they're moderately well drained soils in that drainage swale. It was probably maybe even only like about a foot deep at most, the swale. So, and probably disturbed. I don't know if it was slightly ditched at some time in the past.
Is there anything else you wanted to share with the agency?
Like I said, I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Who's next, Mr. Crusaden?
Yeah, I'll pick back up again if Scott is all set.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we ask that you present your entire application, and then we'll have, the agency may have questions after the public testimony, okay? Just to set realistic expectations.
Okay, so I have up on the screen right now, which is our sheet SP5, which is the landscape plan, and this is the colored rendering version of that particular plan. Can everybody?
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Weiwei, I'm not seeing a color rendering.
Right,
Let me.
we're seeing ECSV.
All right, yeah, let me go back in and reshare then. How's that? Is that better?
We see the color rendering now.
Okay. All right. So again, this is sheet SP5, the landscape plan. This is just it's the same sheet that's in the submittal package, just that this one has a color rendering on it, and basically gives a good overall picture of what the proposed development is. Again, going back through the wetland area, we've got 1.9 acres of total site area. Of that 1.9, approximately an acre and a half will be disturbed as part of the development. There are 0.12 acres of wetland area altered on the site. There's 0.16 acres of upland review area associated with the Buick Avenue improvements. And as was noted early on, there's 0.02 total acres of wetlands on the site, which are comprised of this area here and include Stubby Plain Brook. So the majority of the proposed development is going to be located outside of your 100-foot upland review area. So that upland review area is depicted by this red line, which kind of comes through here. So what you can see is that the entire proposed building, as well as the vast majority of the parking, is all outside of the review area. There are portions of these 2 parking spaces which fall within the review area, as well as the access drive coming in from Buick Avenue to service the rest of the building up and through that area there. So we've got the parking spaces in here. Mr. Gordon will get into this a little bit later. We have a number of compact parking spaces up along the westerly corner. We're also providing for EV spaces in this general area here. And overall, we provided for 92 total parking spaces for the proposed development to service the 53 units, and this is a proposed 5-story building that's going to be part of the project. And with that, stop sharing that and get back to the main set of drawings. So what I'd also like to note on the existing conditions map, we are located within FEMA flood zone. There's a number of zones that exist on the property. We have a zone X, we have a zone X 0.2%, which is associated with a 500-year floodplain, as well as an AE zone. The AE zone contains base flood elevations ranging from approximate elevation 18 down at the southeast property corner, ranging up to elevation 20 up along the westerly edge of the property up here. So elevation 20 pops up just on the other side of the house up and through that area there. And with that, I'd like to get over to sheet SP2, which is our grading and utility plan. And this basically contains everything with regards to the stormwater management plan, as well as the proposed grading and the utility installation. Now, we do have, before I get into the stormwater management system, which I'm going to spend quite a bit of time on, I'll walk you through the ancillary, what I refer to as the ancillary site grading. We have approximately 5 acres of tributary area that drains onto our site from the north. And a portion of that comes in from Sunnyside Court. There's an existing City of Milford drainage system on Sunnyside Court with a discharge catch basin that's up in probably about this area up here that discharges into an existing right-of-way, and that area's been kind of filled in, so it tends to pond up during rainfall events and eventually overflows and right now in present day conditions, it just discharges onto our existing site area. There's also some additional drainage area up to the north and west that comes down in through this area here. Again, the primary flow path for the drainage is basically in a southeasterly direction from the site, which comes down through here, goes across Buick Avenue, and eventually makes its way into the Wolf Spinnaker property and the adjacent wetlands, and then ultimately Stubby Plain Brook within that particular area. So as part of our proposal, we are going to be providing a 25-foot wide drainage easement to the city of Milford, and we're basically going to put in a pipe system within our site here. We'll have a yard drain to intercept the overland flow, which presently comes down. And if the city so chooses at a future point in time, they will have the ability to make a connection to this structure. The drainage from this will flow in a westerly direction through a number of manholes. Oops, wrong one. So that'll come down through a series of manholes, and basically we're looking to get that over to the westerly property line and carry that down and then get it to the southerly end of the parking area. And again, through a number of manholes, we'll convey that down through this drainage system, and eventually makes its way out to Buick Avenue with an endpoint connection to the existing head wall on Buick Avenue. In conjunction with that, we also have, we're also providing a swale across the back of, in the northern portion of our site, across the rear property line. Because when we set up our grading through here, we will have some cut slopes in through here. So that swale will flow down across the northerly portion of the property and then down across the east side of the building. And we'll have series of yard drains in through here with smaller pipes. These will be 12-inch pipes here connecting up to the yard drain, and this system will tie into the proposed manhole that will be tied in with the city of Milford drainage system coming down through there. We also have the sanitary sewers will have one connection coming in to an existing manhole, which will be run up to the proposed building. And then in conjunction with providing benefits to two of the neighbors, the west of the property, up here on the Weatherby property and the Casey property, we're going to be there. There'll be a potential there for running the sanitary sewer line in, and we're also providing the 25-foot sanitary sewer easement. At this location will be a combined drainage and sanitary easement, and we'll have a couple of manholes in here, and this will give the ability to provide for a lateral connection to the Casey property. And the lateral to the Weatherby property is not shown, but it will be provided for either in the manhole or on the sewer line directly that comes in through there. So with that being said, I'd like to get into a more detailed description of what we're going to be dealing with in terms of our proposed drainage system. And basically, the system that we're proposing, and while it may be relatively new to this commission or unfamiliar to this commission, is a permeable concrete paver drainage system. And this is an accepted best management practice in accordance with the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. And we've put these in a number of projects. We had most recently, we had the 214 North Street project, which was approved by this commission, albeit it was a smaller project, but nonetheless, it was a permeable paver parking lot system that was set up. We've also had much smaller systems on a number of projects, and those were mostly residential driveways, more commonly down in the beach area where properties are confined and there's not a lot of room or space to install more conventional type of stormwater management systems for that. So the system that we have is going to provide a vast amount of storage within the system. The pavers will be providing in excess of 16,000 cubic feet of storage capacity within the system. And to put that into a little bit of context, that represents approximately 124,000 gallons that can be stored within the pavement, or stored within the pavement and the reservoir system. One of the other nice features with regards to utilizing this type of a system is that the stormwater is spread out over the entirety of the entire parking lot. So every portion of the parking that's been shown on the plans has the ability to absorb, infiltrate, and store stormwater runoff from it. And this, in contrast, would be different than what the commission may be more familiar with when you look at underground gallery systems, which would be more concentrated, and they would typically be located in the more down gradient or lower portion of the site to facilitate getting the drainage from point A to point B. So this is a little bit different in that respect, but in my opinion, it's a much better system for the control of the stormwater in terms of volume, controls the peak rate of discharge, as well as attenuation of pollutants that are typically encountered in stormwater. In the context of our stormwater management report, just to give the commission an idea, we've provided stormwater or runoff control for everything up to the 100-year storm event, while the City of Milford standards are going to require up to the 25-year. So under each of the storms that we analyzed, the 2, the 10, the 25-year, the 50-year, and the 100-year, we are capable of reducing the peak discharges by more than 50% for each of those storms that have been analyzed. And in a similar manner, the volume of runoff coming from the site is also reduced by more than 50%. So I think if you can understand those percentages, I think you could appreciate that what is being proposed here goes a long way towards providing for protection of the wetlands and the adjacent upland review area getting in through that section. Now, current City of Milford engineering guidelines, as well as the 2024 Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual, have requirements to retain on-site the associated water quality volume. And for this particular project, this equates to 100% of the volume of runoff from a 1.3-inch rainfall event. So that's referred to as the water quality volume and the RRV, or the required retention volume. So retention basically is defined to mean to hold the post-development runoff on site using structural stormwater BMPs or non-structural LID, low impact development site planning and design strategy. The Stormwater Quality Manual goes on to state that stormwater management systems should be designed to achieve the average annual pollutant load reductions from the directly connected impervious areas for sediment, total suspended solids, 90%, and nutrients, total phosphorus of 60%, and total nitrogen of 40%. So their goal is to look for those percentage reductions in your stormwater effluent that comes off of the proposed development. Now, achieving these minimum required load reductions for sediment and nutrients is assumed to provide adequate reductions for the other stormwater pollutants, including oils and grease and metals. Now, when the full required retention volume has been provided, it is assumed that pollutant reduction is also achieved and individual pollutant calculations are not necessary. So for this project, we've provided the 100% containment of the required retention volume, and therefore we meet the requirements of the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. Now, just to take this a little bit further, there was a study done by the University of New Hampshire Stormwater Center back in 2013, I believe, and that study was specifically done for interlocking concrete pavement systems, which is what this project is, and found that the performance for volume reduction and pollutant load reduction was exceptional, and exceeding 95% of the volume reduction and pollutant load reductions for total suspended solids, total zinc, petroleum hydrocarbons, and nutrients, including total phosphorus and total nitrogen. The University of New Haven study was conducted over a 2-year period and was performed on one of their active campus parking areas comprised of the permeable concrete pavers, which would be very similar to what's being proposed here. What was interesting as part of that study also is that they also found that the permeable concrete pavers were also observed to lower the thermal temperatures and the thermal impact to the stormwater runoff, and it was consistently found that the porous pavers were lower in temperature compared to porous asphalt, pervious concrete, as well as a standard asphalt parking lot. So the thermal reductions also provide added benefit in the design of the system. Now, when the stormwater is allowed to infiltrate into a permeable pavement system, hydrocarbons, which would be typically associated with your oils and grease drippings that may come off of the cars that are making use of the parking area, are typically retained on the pavement surface or within the permeable media, i.e. the joints of the permeable pavers. And it's in those areas when they get absorbed into the joint media, they are readily volatilized and degraded within that system. Research has also indicated that permeable pavement provides suitable conditions for biodegradation of the hydrocarbons. Additional studies have also reported removal rates for solvent extractable hydrocarbons, basically oil and grease, petroleum hydrocarbons, and have consistently found that levels out of the system, or the effluent levels out of the system are below detection limits, indicating that hydrocarbons are not a significant pollutant in a permeable pavement system. Therefore, based upon that, there will be no impact to Stubby Plain Brook or the adjacent wetlands as a result of the system. Now, in terms of the best management practices, and I know the Commission had asked us to basically go through how we arrived at this BMP as part of our stormwater management plan. So what I'd like to do is pull up a couple of excerpts from the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual that may help the Commission follow along. So let's see if I could try to get this shared. So basically, again, the BMP selection starts with what types of best management practices are capable of providing the full storage of the runoff volume and the water quality volume. So basically, if we take a look at this chart that's part of the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual, there are 4 BMPs that are capable of meeting those requirements. So we have a group that's referred to as infiltration BMPs, filtering BMPs, water quality conveyance BMPs, and stormwater reuse BMPs. So when we initially were investigating this and trying to get our methodology set up for doing it, we ruled out these two, the water quality conveyance and the stormwater reuse conveyance, basically because there is not an efficient way to collect the stormwater runoff from the parking and roof areas, and the lack of being able to provide sufficient storage for peak rate attenuation. We also took a look at filtering BMPs, which would be a number of items in here, which would include bioretention, sand filter, and tree filters. Again, the sand filters and the tree filters are basically for smaller watershed areas and really aren't appropriate for here. The bioretention, again, given the size of the watershed area for it, the bioretention area is really not the most appropriate way to go with it in terms of also being able to provide the required open storage space that would typically be associated with that. So that basically left us with the infiltration BMPs up and through here. And you can see that there's a number of devices that qualify under the infiltration BMPs, and those consist of infiltration trenches, underground infiltration systems, and this would be the one that the commission is probably more familiar with. These would consist of underground galleries as part of the stormwater management system. We also have infiltration basins, dry wells, infiltrating catch basins, and permeable pavement. So when we started to narrow down the sub-items in this group, dry wells and infiltrating catch basins were obviously knocked out just because of the size of the system. These dry wells and catch basins just don't provide enough storage for the type of area that we're talking about with the development. The infiltration trench, again, this is similar to the conveyance BMP. There just isn't enough area to collect everything, and certainly can't be done in an efficient manner. The underground infiltration system, we did start to take a look at that, and that was ruled out primarily based upon the soil testing that was done for the site, and we'll get into that a little bit further. So that left us with the permeable pavement in terms of being what we felt to be the most viable option for providing the stormwater management system. So if we take a look at the headings up in here, when we look at the retention, the permeable pavement provides volume reduction, infiltration and recharge, and treatment, as well as provides for peak runoff rate attenuation. So this permeable pavement system meets all the requirements of what we were looking to achieve in accordance with the stormwater quality manual. If we drill down a little bit further, well, we'll see now these start getting into the physical feasibility objects for narrowing down each of your selection processes even further. So again, when we take a look at the infiltration BMPs and we look at where they start to separate out the permeable pavements, now they look at porous asphalt, pervious concrete, and permeable concrete interlocking pavers. So when we look at our site up and through here, we're in that 1 to 5 acre range in through that section there. And what you'll see is that all three of the permeable pavements fall into that group, and there's a subnote 1 in here. And all that means is that when you take a look at the footnote 1, it just means that the contributing drainage area should not exceed 3 times the area of the permeable pavement. And for this particular project, we meet that requirement because basically we don't have any run-on conditions getting onto the pavement. So we're basically collecting the water or the rainfall that falls onto the pavement, as well as the roof area, and introducing the roof area into the reservoir system for the permeable pavement system. And the last part of it is basically looking at the site slopes. And again, you can see here that for the permeable pavement types, Less than 2% is ideal. And basically, when we're looking at 2 to 6%, all the permeable pavements max out at a 5% maximum recommended slope. And our design meets that. We're generally in the 2% or less for that particular, for the design of the pavement that comes down and through there. And the last item is basically looking at the soil types that the system is going to be placed in. So what you see here is that the permeable pavers are looking at either hydrologic soil group A or B. Group C soil can also be used under certain conditions and stipulations. So again, getting back into where the parking and the pavers are going to be located, those are on what's referred to as a hydrologic soil group B soil. So it fits within the realm of what we're looking at here. So we had a total of 7 deep test pits that were excavated in the area of the proposed parking area. The B horizon soils were found to consist of primarily fine sandy loams, and the C horizon soils consisted primarily of silt loams. We also did extensive infiltration testing on the site, and the infiltration testing was performed in the B horizon at the approximate depth where the bottom reservoir for the permeable pavement location. And the infiltration rates ranged anywhere from 0.4 to 39 inches per hour, basically making it acceptable and conducive for this type of a system. We also performed groundwater monitoring in spring of this year, and based upon the groundwater monitoring, we had a seasonal high groundwater depth that ranged from 33 to 52 inches deep from the existing ground surfaces. Now, to maintain adequate separating distances to groundwater, a shallow infiltration system would be best suited to the site. And now this is where we get into the distinction between this the permeable pavements and the underground infiltration system. So a gallery system, when we took a look at the gallery system and the depths that we had to work with, we just felt that there wasn't enough depth there to be able to install the gallery system. So if we were to put the gallery system in, we would also need to bring in additional fill and raise the grades up in order to provide for sufficient storage within the gallery system, and then to provide the separating distances to the groundwater. In addition, the gallery system also necessitates the need for a formal internal drainage collection system through catch basins and piping systems. And prior to discharging into an infiltration system, that would have to be provided with pre-treatment measures, which typically, as this commission has seen on numerous other applications, that is typically done through the use of a hydrodynamic separator. One of the unique features when we look at a permeable type pavement, there is no pre-treatment that's required to that. And one of the reasons why that's the case is because the runoff is spread out over the entire parking area, as opposed to a standard catch basin collection system where everything would be more of a concentrated flow that gets down into the hydrodynamic separator and then being discharged into the infiltration system. So the permeable pavement in this particular case is really going to mimic what's taking place on site right now. So the rainfall that's falling on the lawn areas and the adjacent wooded areas is basically falling down, is hitting the ground to the extent that the existing soils can absorb and infiltrate the rainfall. is being allowed to enter the soil system, infiltrate down, and make its way into the groundwater table. So this type of a system really mimics that system. So the rainfall hits the pavers. As it hits the pavers, it flows to the joints in the pavers, where the water at that point infiltrates the joints, gets down into the filtering bed of the pavers, and then gets down into the reservoir system, where it's allowed to infiltrate into the soils in a very similar manner to what's happening on site today. So basically, with the storage that we have within the system, we are capable of fully meeting the City of Milford standard for a 25-year storm. So out of the system, there is no discharge of stormwater through the surface. And likewise, there is sufficient storage within the reservoir of providing for the 50-year and also the 100-year to be fully contained within the system. So what we'll do is we'll get into a little bit more with I'll stop sharing this screen here and get back to and what we're looking at here is what I pulled up is sheet SP8, which is the roadway sewer details and the paver details. So just very quickly, this is basically a cross-section or a generic cross-section for the pavers. So what you can see is that we have the pavers, which are approximately 3 and an 1/8 inch thick. And for the commission members who were out there, I did have some samples out on the site when we did the walk to give you a general idea of what these pavers look like. So the pavers are all interlocking, and then there's joints between each of the pavers. Those joints are filled with a ASTM number 8 stone, which is a fairly coarse material to allow the water to infiltrate into the joints. And at that point, it'll hit the filtering layer, 2-inch thick filtering layer, which is also a number 8 stone. And then from there, we get down into the reservoir course, which will consist of a 4-inch thick layer of number 52 or number 57 stone, as well as an 8-inch thick layer of ASTM number 2 stone. So we're providing for a minimum of a 12-inch reservoir underneath. So the bottom of the system is set up in that manner, and off of this, we're providing for a minimum of 24 inches to the seasonal high water table. As typical with a concrete paver setup, you do need to provide for edge restraints around the perimeter to basically lock the pavers in so that they don't start to walk. And what we provided around the entire perimeter is we'll have a concrete curb system that will help to retain that. Now, the actual paver sections, when we take a look at it, we set up a cell system on this. And the reason why we did that is, given the slope from the lower portion of the site to the upper portion of the site, would require a very deep system when we got up to the upper portion of that, because typically these cells, we like to set these up to be level. So that provides for maximum infiltration into the system and gives you the maximum contact area on the existing soils to allow stormwater to infiltrate into the ground. So what we did is we broke the parking lot up into 5 cell areas, and basically what we did is we kept the steps in here to 8 inches, getting into the steps in here. So you can see the steps that are back up in here. So what happens is we come in, we step up, we flatten out again, we come in and we step up. So that saves us a considerable amount of stone that would otherwise be required if we set the system up level from the low point to the high point. So what happens with this, and you can see that through the drawing here, the cells also have overflow and inflow mechanisms out of each particular cell. And what I'll do is I'll bounce back to the grading plan, which will show this in a little bit more detail. So if we take a look up in this area here, which is the uppermost cell, and that would be cell number 5. So what we have is we have a portion of the roof area, which will discharge underground into the cell via perforated pipe that will run up into that area and allow to infiltrate and be dispersed through this particular cell, which is cell number 5 in this location. So when we get to this location here, this is one of the breaks in the cell. So this is where we have that approximate 8-inch step in the pavement system or in the reservoir system. Now we also have the pipe system is set up here so that we have an overflow system in here that basically takes and directs the overflow so that once the water builds up inside of cell number 5, reaches a certain elevation, it is then allowed to overflow through this pipe system and then be discharged through another perforated pipe at the upper portions of the cell, and basically the same thing. It's allowed to infiltrate into the ground, be dispersed throughout the cell. When we get down to the next cell, we have the same setup where we have the overflow and the divide. It reaches a certain elevation, and then it's allowed to be dispersed and discharged down into the lower cell. So what you end up with is like a waterfall effect coming through the paver cell system. So it fills up here, overflows here, fills up here, overflows here, and when we get down to the bottom section in here, ultimately everything ends up being absorbed in paver cell 1, where the overflow conditions are met. Now, for the water quality storm, which again, what we're looking at for that 1.3 inch, the overflows never kick in because the runoff or the water quality event is fully contained within the system, and there is no overflow out of it at all. So where the overflows really start to kick in is once we start getting up above the 25-year storm event. So for everything up to the 25-year event, these cells are basically self-contained. So the overflows never kick in until we reach that 25-year storm event. So that's where the waterfall effect starts to come into play. Is that when we get into the very, very intense developments coming in through that area. Now, one other thing to note, and this is getting back to what we were discussing prior, is right now in the existing conditions, and maybe I'll just pull that up quick. When we look at this, all the runoff from this site, as well as the swale that comes down along through here, and that swale right now picks up everything coming in off of Sunnyside Court as well as the off areas, all flows down through our property, flows out onto Buick Avenue, and Buick Avenue is kind of up and down. It's got hummocks in there, it's got high points, low points, and it basically flows across the existing pavement, flows onto the Spinnaker property, and is discharged into the wetlands and Stubby Plain Brook. So with this proposed system providing for 50% reductions in the peak rates of discharge as well as the volumes, is going to severely or significantly reduce the runoff that is going to be coming down to Buick Avenue in terms of the surface runoff. Groundwater runoff will still be there because, again, we're infiltrating stormwater into the ground just like it does today through the rainfall event. So that's basically going to recharge, our proposed system is going to recharge the groundwater in a very similar manner to what happens out there today. So we wouldn't expect to see any changes in groundwater levels or any changes, significant changes to the wetlands as a result of that. The surface runoff, again, I think is a little bit different because we're providing for a 50% reduction on the runoff. So there would be less surface runoff getting down into that particular system. So again, when we look at everything that comes down into this section here, everything is going to be contained within these paver cells. All right, so the paver system again is going to be a Belgard Aqualine paver. So Belgard has a number of permeable pavers, and they're basically, they come in different shapes and sizes. So what we're looking at on this particular one here, and this particular paver, when it's newly installed, will have an expected infiltration rate of 750 inches per hour is what the system is capable of infiltrating through the system. Now, over time, the joints within that paving system can be expected to get clogged. And even with routine maintenance, that the infiltration rate will be diminished. Now, based upon testing that's been performed by Belgard, even with a 90% clogged joint system, the pavement will still have the ability to infiltrate 74.9 inches per hour. Now, when we take a look, just in comparison with that, the 74.9, even if we take a 90% clogged system, that still has much more capacity than what a 100-year rainfall event would spill out for a 5-minute duration. And that would be approximately 11.6 inches per hour. So even with a clogged system, it's still going to have the capacity to infiltrate the water into the system. Now, there's also some questions from the commission with regards to cold weather setup for the system, both in terms of snow removal and what impacts might be to the permeable paver system, both in terms of frost and freezing. Now, the permeable paver systems have been shown to function in cold weather climates with minimal changes to hydrologic function between winter and summer. So there was a study by the University of New Hampshire that showed very little difference in the infiltration capacities during the winter and during the summer. And that's, primarily these permeable systems don't freeze up because they readily drain out the bottom. And again, part of this gets into the fact that this system is spread out over such a large area, spread out over the entire parking area, that the stormwater basically filters through the reservoir system and infiltrates into the ground. So within that, the permeable pavers are also resistant to any freezing because of the large void space that is within the stone reservoir system. And basically, the number 57 and the number 2 stone that make up the reservoir system have a 40% void space. So even if there were to be some freezing at the bottom of the system, and again, we don't think there's going to be, because the system is set up down, it's going to be down about 18 inches below grade. And again, the infiltration rates are high enough that are going to allow that storm water to infiltrate into the underlying soils. So the infiltration through the bottom of that system during the winter months also causes higher moisture content within the underlying soils, and that in turn increases the latent heat of the ground and the groundwater and postpones freezement within the pavement system. So simultaneously, thawing processes are expedited by the melt conditions of the water that's up on the surface that would be melting and infiltrating from the surface into the paver joints. So that helps to unfreeze or not create a freezing condition within the paver system. So in combination, these two processes basically lead to shorter periods of frost and shallow frost penetration in the vicinity of the paver system, thereby reducing the overall risk of frost damage with the system. And again, these are studies that are out there by the University of New Hampshire, as well as some other third-party people out there. The USGS survey also has a study out there that found similar results for the system. Now, with regards to snow removal from a permeable concrete paver system is no different than a conventional asphalt parking area. Snow removal is accomplished with standard snow removal equipment used for asphalt and other impervious type pavements. Whether it's a snow shovel, a plow, a power broom, or blower, the same equipment can be used on the permeable paver system as well as an impervious surface. The chamfers, each of the pavers, the individual pavers themselves are chamfered along the edges, and that helps to reduce chipping and dislodging of the chippers by the snowplow blades if they're being used, and/or the snow blowers and that. Now, Belgard indicates that conventional snowplow blades and snow blowers can be used. However, they do make recommendations for rubber-tipped blades to limit the scratching of the surface of the pavers and basically to prevent that and keep the pavers looking in an aesthetically better shape with that. And the same thing, if snow blowers are used in certain areas, they recommend that the impellers, the settings on the snow blower and the impellers be made so that the impellers are not scraping across the top of the surface, that they be raised up a short distance up above that to basically not scratch and mark up the pavers in through there. And then again, the plowed snow for the heavier storm events would be deposited in designated snow shelf areas, and generally not recommended to be piled on the pavement where the snow melt can increase sedimentation and require more frequent maintenance of that areas and to try to reduce premature clogging of the pavers in that particular area. Now, the other nice feature with the permeable pavers are that the need for de-icing agents and chemicals is significantly reduced compared to traditional asphalt type paving or standard concrete pavers. And that's basically because a lot of that snow melt is hitting the area and getting into the joints, requiring there's a lot less black ice that forms on this type of a system as opposed to a conventional asphalt parking area, if you would. So if de-icing agents are needed, the recommendation from Belgard is the use of sodium chloride without any sand admixtures. And in the rare cases, for Connecticut, up in this area, it seems like as of late, it's very rare that the temperatures are falling below 14 or 15 degrees. But if it is needed in that particular case, then they do recommend the use of calcium chloride to be used in moderation. And basically, the de-icing chemicals or agents can be used in smaller quantities as opposed to a more conventional type asphalt system. And basically, there are some no-nos when it comes to de-icing agents, and those would be the exclusion of magnesium chloride or any other materials that would contain ammonium nitrate or ammonium sulfate. So that's something that would be part of the operations and maintenance plan, and that would all be spelled out in terms of setting up the snow removal plan. Now, the last item deals with maintenance, and I know that the commission had a number of questions with regards to maintenance. And again, the permeable paver system is no different than any other type of system that this commission has approved on other projects. I have yet to see a system for stormwater management that does not require maintenance. You know, your underground infiltration systems require maintenance. A lot of those are out of sight, out of mind. So you never have the opportunity to see if they're working or not. You have the water quality or the hydrodynamic separators that are typically incorporated with those. Those require frequent maintenance also to make sure that the silts and sediments are removed from them, as well as the floatables that would tend to collect in the system. So the permeable paver system is no different. Belgard, as part of our drainage report, there is a detailed maintenance plan and outline that is put into there. And what the routine maintenance program for this would be, and should be started up 6 months after the initial installation of the system, and then repeated on an annual or more frequent basis as needed. And again, that would primarily be by visual inspection to see if there's any deposition up on top of the pavers, or if it looks like the joints are starting to collect the debris and not have that coarse texture to them to allow the water to drop through there. So there are testing procedures for documenting and determining the infiltration rates through the permeable paver systems. Those are all done in accordance with ASTM testing procedures. And basically, the recommendation is that once the infiltration capacity drops below 10 inches per hour, that a restorative maintenance program needs to be undertaken. Now, before I get into that, the routine maintenance can be done in a number of manners. So when the landscapers come out, typically to cut the grass and do things along those lines with the landscaping, the leaf blowers are very effective in blowing off the loose materials, both from the surface and as well as the joints. What's also recommended as part of the routine maintenance would be power brooms, the leaf blowers we already mentioned, as well as mechanical street sweepers, which would come in and remove the debris and the sediments from the paver surface. And those are relatively easy maintenance features that get incorporated into the routine maintenance plan. Now, getting into the restorative maintenance plan, that comes about when the infiltration capacity drops down where we're not infiltrating the desired rate into the paver system. So that gets a little bit more involved, and basically that's performed with a high pressure air and vacuum equipment system to extract the clogged joint material, which is then replaced with the new material. So basically in that paver system, when they get into the restorative, the clogging of the joints, it's been found through the studies that the clogging occurs within the top 1 to 2 inches of the joint filler material. So the debris and the sediments typically get tied up in that area. So when they do the restorative, they'll basically blow that material out to the full depth of the pavement. They'll collect and get all that material off site, and then you come back in and basically refill the joints with a new batch of the number 8 stone. And again, through the testing that's been done through numerous sources, it's been found that those types of systems can basically rejuvenate the infiltration capacity, in some cases back to the new situation. So the one system that was of note, which was done with a high pressure air vac, which is referred to as a Typhoon permeable joint extractor, along with a payback suction system. And that equipment was found to provide the best results when you get into a restorative maintenance program. And that system was found to be 2 to 6 times higher than other types of systems, and is the only technique right now that's capable of fully restoring the surface infiltration rates for the entire system. So I think with that, that's going to wrap up, I think, the bulk of what I have. Now, we did receive comments from Mr. Podluski yesterday. We got those late afternoon. I have not had a chance to do a detailed review of those. I did kind of skim through them. From what I glanced at, there is nothing in those comments that appear to be insurmountable in terms of his comments. What I do need to do, though, we do need to go through the Buick Avenue presentation and through there too. So there were a number of questions that came up with regards to Buick Avenue and how that's all going to be treated. So we have the plan and profile drawing that was done, and what you can see, this is the profile view. So we have this dashed line in through here, which represents the existing center line grade for Buick Avenue, and the darker solid line represents what our proposed grade will be for the development. So what you can see through that view is that we're basically maintaining the existing grades that are out there for Buick Avenue. And yes, we are lowering the grades in through here slightly, and that's basically just to be able to provide for surface sloping and things along that line. So we're also going to be incorporating an underdrain system along the south side of Buick Avenue, which will pick up and infiltrate the surface runoff from the roadway system. And this would be the typical roadway system that we're proposing. So you have your conventional asphalt out and through here. And then what we're proposing is to install a concrete curb both on the uphill side. That will have the standard 6-inch curb reveal. And then on the downhill side, we're proposing to make that a flush concrete curb with the asphalt pavement. Or actually, we would slightly depress that because there would probably be some settlement of the pavement over time, and we want the water to flow across that surface, cross the curbing, and then enter the underdrain system that's going to be along the edge of the road. So we're basically intercepting everything that comes off of that roadway system and then tying it into the underdrain system. And here's a little bit better view of that. So the underdrain system, for what we're showing right now, consists of a 4-inch perforated pipe with 1.25 inch stone. That'll be wrapped in a filter fabric 6 inches below the surface. And the reason why we do that is that provides the ability in the future that should this filter strip get clogged, it gives you the ability to remove the stone aggregate, keep the filter fabric, and keep this lower portion in sight, so that you're basically only having to get at the 6 inches of the top surface up in here. And again, typically what we found on other projects that when these systems do get clogged, that clogging typically takes place in the upper 3 to 4 inches of the stone system. So the other important point, and I think in one of Mr. Paluski's comments, there was some questions in there as to whether or not the 4-inch pipe is capable of handling the overflows and everything else. And the short answer to that is going to be yes, because again, when we look at the 25-year rainfall event, there is nothing that's going to be leaving our parking site. So everything is going to be, the only thing that's going to be hitting this is going to be the runoff from the road and the shoulder areas up and through this section here. So there's not going to be a lot of runoff that's coming onto Buick Avenue from our property. So the rainfall that you're going to have is what's hitting Buick Avenue and being intercepted by the under drain system. And again, the under drain system will also provide water quality enhancements by being allowed to filter down through the reservoir system. And again, if we take a look at this, the actual pipe is set up 3 inches above the bottom of that trench. So that provides the ability for stormwater to collect under the system and provides the ability of that stormwater to percolate and infiltrate into the underlying soils. So that also provides additional water quality enhancements that wouldn't be there if we provided a typical City of Milford curb standard. And if we went with that, that would require a more conventional pavement system. And again, we did look at that also. And given the site constraints that we have with regards to the right-of-way, because as we mentioned before, our right-of-way width is limited up and through this area here. So we're at this station here about 40 feet into the property. We're probably about 21 feet wide on what we have to work with. Now there's also a drainage pipe system here which comes from the apartment commercial area here, and that discharges through or into the head wall system. Now, from what we've found in our surveys, there is no easement over that pipe, so we have no ability to make a connection into either this catch basin or this head wall, as the easement that was granted to the City of Milford is primarily for the radius and does not extend into that particular head wall area. So anything that we would do, because the low point on Buick Avenue is in this general area here, so even if we were to put a catch basin in, we have no easy way of being able to discharge the stormwater that would be collected from Buick Avenue and also Cherry Street, because portions of Cherry Street from here come down along this edge of pavement, come around the curve right now, and then get out through that head wall. So that's the reason why we opted to install the under drain system basically along that south edge, and that would come all the way down, tie into this proposed manhole, and then discharge out into the head wall, or into the existing head wall system that's on Buick Avenue. I think. Okay. All right. So there were also some questions with regards to the grades, and again, if we were to take a close-up look at the grading up in here, it's very hard to pick up the contour lines because everything is so flat up and through this area. So when we take a look at the sections up and through here, we have contour elevation 17, which is running up through here. There's another 17 through here, and then it gets up a little bit higher through here. So to try to show the topography in that area is very difficult. So what we did is we generated a set of random cross-section drawings, and these were submitted to the commission, I believe, on Tuesday. And so I'll just briefly walk you through that.
Mr. Weiwei, if you can endeavor to be done your initial presentation by 9:30, that would be good. And I think we'll take a 5-minute recess for bio break, and then we'll move on to the next segment of the presentation.
Okay. All right. All right. So this is basically the plan view, and on the plan view of Buick Avenue, I've marked 4 locations of where we've taken cross sections through there, and there wasn't any significance to them. We kind of took them at the random locations just to project through to the commission of what the cross sections look like in that particular area there. So if we take a look at starting at station 0 plus 40, which would be closest to Cherry Street, we have the connotations on here. So the PL offset, these 2 lines up here represent the property line offsets from the center line of Buick Avenue. And then we have P offset and E offset. The P offset represents the proposed roadway elevation at the edge of the pavement. The E offset represents the existing ground elevation out there present day at that same location. So I'll zoom in a little bit tighter because again, there's not a lot of distinction in here, and this gets back to what I was mentioning before, is that we're basically holding and maintaining the existing grades that are out on Buick Avenue. So we have the dotted line here, which represents the cross section going through the existing grade, and then we have the darker solid line, which represents the proposed grade. So when we take a look at the south side of Buick Avenue, which I think is more concern for the commission, so when we look at this particular station here, the proposed grade is going to be at 1565. The existing elevation is at 1555, so we're roughly an inch higher at that particular location. Likewise, when we go over to station 0 plus 70, which is another 30 feet up the road, we've got the variation in here with the cross section with the existing, and you can see that at this particular edge of pavement, we're up a little bit over a half a foot lower in this particular location. So this will be a little bit of a cut situation. And again, all that water that sheets across the road at this point would be intercepted by the under drain. And then bouncing up to the station 1 plus 60. There's nothing on the north side because that falls into our property. So again, at this location, we're running about 0.6 of a foot or so, so about 6 inches here. That our proposed grade is below the existing, and again, that will all be intercepted with the proposed under drain system. And then the last section down at station 2 plus 20 in a very similar manner. The dotted line represents the existing, and then we have the solid line representing the proposed. So you can see that everything is pretty much meeting into what's presently out there today for the most part. So with that, I think that will wrap up my part of it. So if the chair wants to take a break, and then I'll turn it over to Jeff Gordon from our office to get into the landscaping, the soil erosion, the existing tree inventory, and also the snow removal or the snow stockpiling.
Thanks, Mr. Weiwei. Do you also intend to present, does Ms. Benno intend to present this evening?
Yeah, I think we'll let Jen wrap everything up, because in that way, before she does her presentation, you'll have the full extent of what our project is, and then that'll lead into Jen providing the commission with her insights to what she found out there and what potential impacts, if any, this proposed project will have to the wetland resources.
Okay, and in your estimation, can Mr. Gordon and Ms. Benno complete their presentation by 10 p.m.
I mean, I would leave that to them. I think in fairness to the application, because this is a public hearing, we need to get the information that we need to get onto the record.
Okay, Mr. Weiwei, that wasn't the question. That's not in doubt. Clearly, we've been listening. It's more of a question of logistics.
Okay.
You must have an expectation of how much time you're going to need to present. That's the question.
Yeah, I would think if they could get it done within the half hour, that's fine. If not, then if they go beyond, is there a cutoff on the hearing?
Yes, we do have to statutorily call for an extension of the meeting. Clearly, we're going to continue the meeting, by the way. It's
Right,
not
right.
going to be closed tonight. But yes, we do have a statutory requirement to be done by 11 p.m.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I would defer to Mr. Gordon and Jen as far as how long they feel that their presentations are going to be.
Can you guys give just a ballpark thumbs up? Is it 15 minutes? Is it 20 minutes?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to rush, just to be clear. There's
Yeah.
not an attempt to rush.
Yeah, I can keep it pretty simple and direct.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I can too. Probably 5-7 minutes, 10 tops.
And again, not trying to rush you guys, just trying to understand. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call for a 5-minute recess, and could I have a motion to recess? Could I have a motion
You
from?
got it.
I make a second.
Second, okay. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, Lisa, roll call vote.
Daniel Bedecker, Dan, Dan?
Yeah, I don't see him on. Go
Okay.
ahead. On to the next.
Ranjit,
Actually,
But I'm going to drop off now.
excuse me?
Yeah, just
Aye.
either vote or don't vote, Rajiv.
Aye.
Don't make it complicated.
Yeah, aye.
Brian Black,
Aye.
Jim Connors,
Aye.
Nick Ritchie,
Aye.
Julie Valvo,
Aye.
Buddy Field,
Aye.
Ray Gradwell,
Aye.
Brendan Magnan.
Aye. Okay, so just to be clear, we will reconvene. The meeting will stay open. You don't need to leave, but we will restart promptly at 9:35. That's in 6 minutes. Okay, as it's now 9:35, this is Brendan Magnan. I'm going to take us back out of recess. And we'll continue the proceedings. Before we do, just to clarify my comment earlier, it's not that the Connecticut statutes require that we complete by 11, it's the bylaws. Is that correct, Mary Rose? Keep me honest.
Yes, our bylaws require a vote to go beyond 11 p.m. We'll take a vote at 10:45 and then every half an hour thereafter. It needs to be a 2/3 votes of the agency to continue the hearing. Continue the meeting for this evening. Regular vote to continue the hearing.
Right. In other words, as opposed to adjourning, because the bylaws require that we adjourn by 11 p.m.
Correct.
Thank you for clarifying that. And for the record, I believe 2 of the agency members have departed. That's Mr. Bahave and Mr. Bedeker. However, we still have a quorum. So with that in mind, and again, just to be very clear, Ms. Benno and Mr. Gordon, please provide all of the pertinent information that you believe the agency is deserving of having. We are very interested to understand all of the aspects related to the project. So do not rush your presentation. As you can evidence from the listening and even from the sidewalk, there was an extensive amount of attention paid to the application. So let's continue that spirit. With that in mind, Mr. Gordon, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, staff, my name is Jeffrey Gordon. I'm principal with Cotis Bodie and Associates. I am an environmental planner, landscape architect. I formerly was overseer of the urban tree program for the city of New Haven a long time ago, but I cut my teeth with trees, and one of the first things I was asked to do was to go out and to look at the trees that would be retained, removed, assess them, the ones in the review area. And I'll ask Mr. Weiwei to share the screen. I went out there and I took a look through various trees. I used my identifier as best as I could. I will say that predominantly on this property in this area, we're looking at red maple to a small degree, but mostly Norway maple and some spruce. Bob, are you able to bring that up? Okay, very good. So what we have are trees that are called out to be removed for various reasons. Some of them are in bad shape. I have some that have, I have tree number 4, 30-inch Norway maple's got a cracked trunk. Tree number 1, 36 Norway maple, got a large limb that's hanging over the house, but it's also in part of the remediation area for recouping some of the volume that would need to be done on the site. Number 2, I got a 36-inch.
Sorry, Mr. Gordon. Only to help us follow along. Can you start over with the numbering that you? Because the first one you mentioned, I'm not sure where it was on the map.
Okay, number 4.
You
Bob,
guys can go down and just take us through it one at a time.
To the front left of the house there, I got number 4. That is a Norway maple. It's got a cracked trunk on that. It's in very poor condition. Then we have
Is there a reason? I'm sorry, just because this is an obvious question. Is there a reason that's not marked as to be removed?
Well, because it was marked out before I went out and did a full assessment on it. I'm saying now that I would remove that tree.
Understood.
A matter of fact, Bob, can you come up to my chart there in the lower right-hand corner of the drawing? What I did with each tree has a number, and I have an assessment that I did, where it's located, what its condition is. Some of the trees, you have a twin trunk. We have what we call a weak crotch, where the twin trunks are in a situation where they will split in an ice storm. I had that one tree that I mentioned had a cracked trunk. That's number 4 within the review area. There are just a different group of assessments that are done here, but you can see what we are dealing with here are predominantly Norway maples, which are not considered to be the most desirable tree to retain anymore. It's a bit of an invasive. Bob, can we go back to the drawing, please? Okay, we look really close to the stream side, right north of the head wall there. I had a couple of red maples. I got one that there's an erosion in the channel. We're not planning on doing anything with it. It's right near the debris pile there. But most of the trees that we're showing to be removed have to do with the road work. We see that there's a group of spruce that they're 4 to 8-inch spruce. And then I also have, I believe, north of the spruce there, I have a Norway maple that is in very, very bad condition. That would be, I think, number 17. That one was in very, very bad condition. So those would come down. The Schwedler maple there to the right of the house. If you're familiar with that, that is a type of a maple that leaves out red, but as the year goes on, it turns green. But that is in the driveway. That would really need to go. But if we look on the left-hand side of Buick, that would be the area where we have the road work being done within that easement. And I think I know that easement, but back in 1995, we had an approval for an office building, and I think that was required that we put that easement on that property for road work back 30 years ago. So now we're going to make use of it today, hopefully. But again, these are, again, maples, mostly Norway maples. There might be a red maple or two inside of that little grouping there on the south side of Buick, which is the north side of the wetlands. So there was a question, how would that affect the tree canopy to the wetlands? Well, being on the north side, it's not really going to be affecting a canopy to the south. It would be the other way around. But those trees would generally go in order to facilitate the road work that's proposed. Also, this is a shoulder there that will accept some snow removal, just like there's also where those spruce are coming out along the western side of Buick there. There's a shoulder there that would also receive snow. And right now, the DPW does its snow removal. It pushes snow where it can. There is a shoulder to the northwest, and there's a bit of a shoulder that will remain to the southern section there of Buick. A couple of other trees that are outside the review area that I did locate. Off the barn there's an existing red maple there that may be able to be saved. The one tree that we're really focused on just above the barn here is a 36-inch oak tree, which we've worked an island in the parking lot around in order to try to protect that. Now, if we go over to the landscape plan, Bob, if you want to bring that up. What we did to have a snow removal areas on site, one of the reasons we have along the western property line, we have a row of compact car spaces. These spaces are generally 8.5 feet wide by 16 foot long, and then they have an overhang ability to make them the equivalent of 18 feet. But the reason for the compact car was to get an extra couple of parking spaces, but also to provide a wider drive aisle between the rows of parking in order to facilitate the fire department request. The Buick road design and the 26-foot drive aisle that we have where it says proposed porous paver lot was per request of the fire marshal. The snow shelves that I have around the perimeter of the property are conservatively 4,000 square feet. That would equate to the equivalent of 22 parking spaces of areas that could receive snow. The snow removal agency on this would actually be the project owner, who does have a snow removal capacity within his business, and they would stack snow comfortably up to 4 to 5 feet. If we got in excess of that, then they would bring in a loader and they would offload the extra snow off the site. But the snow removal we think is more than adequate. It's spaced around the entire perimeter. And as Mr. Weiwei mentioned, snow melt on a porous paving lot is different than what we might normally experience, because when the melt gets onto the pavers, it goes straight down, as opposed to a normal asphalt parking lot with catch basins where there's a pitch to it. It melts, it starts to sheet across the lot, and then if you get a temperature drop at night, then you get ice. You're not going to see that here. That's why there's really not much need for the de-icer to take place here. If we go over to the stream side, Bob. I've incorporated a lot of pin oak trees, maple tree, not maple, honey locust, shadblow, to make up for the trees that are being lost. But we find that a lot of our tree palette has been removed. Even the beech trees are kind of doomed to die nowadays due to an insect blight, as we lost all of our ash trees before. Bob, can you go a little bit further over to the stream edge? Along the edge, and Ms. Benno will address this further, but I do have the ability to incorporate some more plantings. We would put some plantings along the wetlands area and actually on the fringe of the wetlands to bring in some shadblow and some other plant materials that would enhance the wetland area. So really that's all I have to say about tree removal and the snow shelves and whatnot. And I think that Jen can give you a little bit more of an idea of the plantings near the wetlands and any potential impact.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Just a question before we hand it over to Ms. Benno. On the area that was identified, I believe it's, well, I've lost the orientation, but it's the swale area. Are there any landscaping plans in that area? Are you familiar with the area?
I'm talking about right along the former Carter Mario building there.
I'm not it's along where on the bottom edge of this.
Okay, well, I do have some plantings there, but we would be holding them very close to the fence because there is a swale in front of it. There is a swale in front of it. So we would have some spruce there and a couple of shadblow, but we would pull those close, open up the snow shelf, and there is a articulated swale that will be put in that location.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. We may have more questions, but
sure thing.
Ms. Benno?
Okay. Good evening, or should I say almost good night. So I'm Jen Benno I'm the biologist, wetland scientist with Soil Science Environmental Services, and our office is out of Rocky Hill. I've been with the firm since 1994, and I'm also co-owner. I conducted initial inspection of the project area on May 7th, 2024. The purpose of the inspection was to observe existing conditions on the site and functions and values provided by the wetland areas. Additional inspections were conducted on April 14th of this year, July 2nd with you guys, and I was back there again yesterday. So we reviewed the plan sheets for the project that were prepared by Codispoti and Associates and are dated May 29th, 2025, excuse me. So I'll get into the wetlands real quick. 34 Buick Avenue. There's a very narrow wetland along Stubby Plain Brook in the southern portion of the property, and you heard Scott describe his delineation and the soils that exist in that area. The wetland is dominated by a plustron forested wetland community. That just means it's wooded. Pictures of the wetlands are included in our wetland assessment report on pages 9 and 10. I don't know if you can flip through or if anybody can pull that up. So trees in the adjacent upland area are providing dense tree canopy cover over the wetland and the watercourse. And there is shrub and herbaceous understory growth in the wetland that's moderately dense. It's not too bad, as you can see in the pictures. The dominant vegetation observed in the wetland includes sugar maple, multiflora rose, spice bush, jewelweed, garlic mustard, poison ivy, field garlic, and skunk cabbage. And you might have noticed during the site walk and also from the pictures, you can see there are fairly steep slopes and rock walls that border the wetland and the watercourse on site. So we also inspected the wetland and watercourse on 122 Cherry Street property because there are road improvements in close proximity to that wetland and watercourse area. The wetland along the Stubby Plain Brook on the Cherry Street property is also narrow, and it's also dominated by a plustron forested wetland community with a small complex of plustron emergent, plustron shrub near Cherry Street and the billboards where vegetation is periodically cut. So a plustron emergent just means it's more herbaceous, and the plustron shrub just means it's more shrubby kind of growth. Trees within the wetland provide dense tree canopy cover, and the shrub and herbaceous understory growth is moderately dense to dense, as you can see from the pictures on pages 11 and 12. I know where we are now. So dominant vegetation includes red and sugar maples, elm, burning bush, multiflora rose, sweet pepper bush, staghorn sumac, silky dogwood, bittersweet grape, jewelweed, garlic mustard, trout lily, Japanese knotweed, goldenrod, fragrant bedstraw, false hellebore, daylily, and sensitive fern. As you probably heard me list off the plants, you probably heard a bunch that were invasive, so we'll just keep that in mind. Stubby Plain Brook is a perennial watercourse, approximately 10 to 15 feet wide through the project area, and it's primarily a rock and gravel substrate. As mentioned before, water flows through the project areas in an easterly direction, and it's piped under Buick Avenue and then under Cherry Street, and then it daylights behind the commercial development south of Cherry Street. I don't know what's in there now. All I know is Bob's used to be in there. And then it flows into the Indian River and then Long Island Sound. So the primary functions of both wetlands areas are limited, and the dominant functions include production export, which just means that vegetation that grows in there or any kind of organic matter is exported from the wetland via the watercourse. And it also provides wildlife habitat. Now, the function of the wetlands are limited by the small size and the narrow nature of the wetlands and the presence of invasive species, as well as their proximity to roads, road crossings, and development. So at the time of our report preparation, we reviewed the Department of Energy Environmental Protection Natural Diversity Database Division Map, which was dated December 2024, to see if there are any listed federal or state endangered, threatened, or special concern species or critical habitat areas on the project site or near the project site. There are none shown on the map. So during the interim, we get to today, Natural Diversity Database Division issued an updated map dated June 2025. So we reviewed that map also just to confirm that there's still no listed species or critical habitat areas near the project site. And Appendix 2 at the end of our report includes a section of the Natural Diversity Database map from Milford that pertains to the site area. As you heard, according to plan sheets, there are no direct impacts to wetlands associated with the development of this project. And as you heard, there will be approximately 12,000 square feet or 0.27 acre of activity, which includes clearing, grading, construction, and road improvement activities within the 100-foot upland review area. And I think most of the activities within the upland review area are associated with the Buick Avenue road improvements. So after inspecting the project area and reviewing the proposed plan sheets, it is our professional opinion that the proposed clearing, grading, okay, it's getting late. Sorry. Construction activities within the upland review area will not have a significant adverse impact on the limited functions provided by the narrow wetlands. As long as the project is developed in accordance with the approved plans and stormwater treatment and erosion sedimentation control measures approved by the city of Milford are properly installed and maintained. Now, we do have a recommendation. As you heard me list off, there are several invasive species observed in and adjacent to the project area. And most of the dominant invasive species we saw, even on the sidewalk, included Norway maple, multiflora rose, burning bush, Japanese barberry, bittersweet, Japanese knotweed, Japanese honeysuckle, garlic mustard, and mugwort. And I believe we also observed tree of heaven near the shed during the site walk. So it's our recommendation that the invasive plant species be controlled on the property during normal ground maintenance activities to slow and or prevent further spread of invasive species. And I have, next thing. So during our July 2nd site walk, the commission members noted dumped or discarded yard debris, mainly branches and leaves, near on the top of the bank in the upland area near wetland flag number 12. And they asked if these materials could be removed and shrub plantings be installed. So we prepared a letter dated July 15th, 2025, with recommendations for removal of the yard debris and planting with native non-invasive shrubs. We recommended spicebush and arrowwood in that area. And as Mr. Gordon's mentioned, we could also do additional plantings along the edge of clearing to the north of that wetland area on site. So it would be between the house and the edge of clearing. And we think that's a really good idea too. Just to act as kind of like a visual barrier and a buffer, increased buffer. And I think the commission members were also asking about the trees for removal, and Mr. Gordon covered that. We just wanted to stay as, we just wanted to reiterate, the trees are on the north side of the wetlands. So the north side gets much less sunlight than, south or west. So we're really not concerned too much with additional light penetration with the removal of the trees that they're proposing. And in addition, there are trees and shrubs that will remain, that are there already and will remain within the wetlands and the uplands, and they will continue to provide shade to the watercourse and the wetland areas on both sides. So I think that wraps up my presentation. If you have any questions, try to answer.
Thank you, Ms. Benno.
And it's not even 10.
Thanks for your expert testimony. Appreciate your expertise. Thank you. At this time, I would invite Mr. Crusaden or Mr. Weiwei if you wanted to add anything else to the presentation, or if you wanted to have any not closing, but wrap up remarks before we open it up for public comment. And then after that, we'll have some questions, I'm sure.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Attorney Crusaden. I don't have any comments. I just reserve the right to, because it being cognizant of the time, to add, not necessarily add additional information, but clarify or answer questions in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Crusaden. So at this time, Mayor Rose, sorry, I guess we should probably be thinking about, Mayor Rose, what do we want to present? Do we want to present maybe the proposed conditions, the green colored, just so people can talk to that if they're interested in using that as a reference? Let me just, thanks whoever's sharing that, Mr. Weiwei. I think that's maybe a good grounding place for people to refer to if they have specific comments they want to make about specific features. Okay, so at this time, Mayor Rose, let me just validate one thing. Right. Okay. So at this time, we're going to segue into the public testimony. So you're opportunity as citizens of Milford. Please, when you are recognized by me, state your name and address and spell it for the record so Lisa can take that down for the record. Please direct your questions to the agency. There's no back and forth, as I mentioned at the onset of the meeting. And Mayor Rose, do you have a list of speakers that have been identified already that we'll lead off with?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, I do. There were no speakers who registered to speak for the application. So if you're calling for those four first, we're gonna have to look for raised hands.
Okay, so let's do that. Is there anyone in the public that would like to identify themselves as speaking in favor of this application that would like to be heard? Please signal by raising your hand. Go ahead, Mr. Williams, you have the floor.
Hi, Jesse Williams, 130 Mayflower Place. So do I need to spell that? Sorry.
I think you're good.
Okay. That's, not too difficult of a one. Yeah, I just want, again, I don't want to take up, there's obviously, this is, everyone's time here is valuable. I really appreciate the agency. I appreciate them doing this and taking the extra time. I really support this application. I was sort of aware of the effort that has been put into this. The people behind this project are being extremely thoughtful. If that wasn't evident before this hearing, I hope it is now. I really appreciate, again, the detail that was gone into related to the stormwater mitigation. I know the agency had a lot of specific questions, and those specific questions were very thoroughly answered as far as I could see. That paver study that was referenced, I looked it up. It was conducted in Wisconsin, which gets a lot more weather than we do here in Connecticut. Just thought that was an interesting bit of trivia. Again, I don't want to drag this out. I know you guys are considering this from a wetlands agency, and I appreciate the narrow way you're considering that. But I also just want to throw out there that, this type of housing is incredibly needed in Milford, and this project, I think, is one of those projects that should be given a chance to move forward, to be considered by other agencies in the town, and get due consideration for that. Because again, there's a lot of developers who would not put this kind of energy and effort into a project and address the valid concerns that have been brought up. So I just want to appreciate that, put that out there and urge the agency to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate your sentiments. And up next is Sarah Bromley.
Hi, yes, thank you for this opportunity. And it's right before midnight, so haven't had to put my dogs to bed yet. So, thanks for. I want to express my strong support as well for this proposal.
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Could you state your address for the record?
Oh, I forgot that part. Right. I thought we all knew each other by now. It's 27 Norway Street, Norway, like Norway, the tree. Do I need to spell that one?
No, you're fine.
Also like Mayflower. Okay. So yeah, I'm really strongly in support of this development as well. I got a chance to walk the property and I found that was very valuable as well. And so much of this proposal I see is really positive. Obviously, there's no significant impact on inland wetlands, but as Mr. Williams said before me, you know, I'd quickly mention some other things. Like I also believe and know that new housing that is not luxury apartments is really needed here. Those luxury apartments that keep getting built are just out of reach for most of us in our budgets. I really like the location. It's really drivable and well, bus, train, bike, foot friendly. Really, it's ideal for people who don't drive as well. And I think as a personal piece for myself and my family, it could be a great fit for both me, as I'd like to downsize at some point, and I can't if I'd like to stay in Milford because there's no place for me to go that I could afford. My adult children would love to be able to stay here and afford living in Milford. So, and I am also impressed by this developer's plans to preserve and restore this historic home. I don't hear a lot of people talking about that yet, but that's really important to me. And I don't think that there are any local preservation groups that have the resources to do that. So, and developers, I don't think typically do give this much thought to making a proposal that fits a community out of their own love for the community. So thank you for your time. This is a project that really gives me and my family a lot of hope that we might not be priced out of a community we love, and that that Milford can go in this direction through the work of all these thoughtful people. And thank you so much for your service.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bromley. Next up is, I believe, Rachel Murba. Easy names. Rachel, if you could just state your name and your address for the record.
Hi, Rachel
hear you.
Murba. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I live at 90 Dart Hill Road in Milford. I'm a current member of the City of Milford's Housing Partnership Committee, and I am testifying in support of the development at 34 Buick Ave. Look, again, what Jesse and Sarah said, this project doesn't have any significant impact on inland wetlands, but it's also adding 16 desperately needed affordable housing units to our housing stock. And the units are on a bus line and walking distance to a grocery store and train station. You know, the developer has gone above and beyond the incorporating these repairs to the storm drainage and the restoration of this historic home, which is admirable. But what I really appreciate, aside from the additional income-based rental units, is the developer's focus on resiliency. These permeable pavers, I knew some of it, but boy, tonight I got a real education. But it matters. And I wrote down this 124,000 gallons less of a strain on the stormwater basins. It's huge, especially when we've seen these storms that are coming through lately that have all of this extra runoff and flash flooding, et cetera. You know, it matters. It really does. And I like the intention here with these low impact development strategies. I'm proud that's part of the design. Yeah, you know, just in general, you know, this is really necessary for the community to have a development like this. It's helping 16 affordable families and individuals that are struggling today. It's why it's so important, and I really urge the Inland Wetlands Agency to approve and champion this project. It's responsible growth, and it shows respect for our shared environment, history, and future. Thank you.
Thank you for your
I'm
testimony.
sorry, I didn't get her last name.
Merva, Merva.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is JT. If you could state your full name for the record and address.
Hey, good evening. My name is Jonathan Turpany, one of the owners of 73 North Street on the corner of Governors and North Street. So I guess my first point.
Again, I'm sorry.
Spell your last name.
Turpany. It's Terpenny.
Okay, thank you.
And so I guess the first point that I wanted to make without hearing other stuff was that, you know, not that this is relevant to Connecticut, but originally I'm from Virginia, from the Appalachia Blue Ridge area, and we value our wildlife, our nature, our ability to farm, and all those kind of things. And so where we live now, we have 2 large vegetable gardens. We have a huge pollination garden where we have 2 honeybees nests in the ground. We're putting in a bees box, and we have a very large population of lightning bugs in our backyard. And lightning bugs is a southern term. We call them fireflies here in the Northeast. And wetlands are wildly important to a lightning bug population, but also people aren't going to be happy to hear this, but a mosquito population as well. And so the bats that we see every single night in our residence and the lightning bugs that we see down our road, lightning bugs are natural insecticides to the vegetables and the fruits that we grow in our yard. So much to the point that we don't have to put down insecticides. We have worms in the ground. We put water sources out so the lightning bug population can flourish every year. In fact, there are several studies available, not only worldwide, but specifically through the National Institute of Health, the University of Virginia, the University of Kentucky, the University of Illinois, about how wetlands are important, not only for the lightning bug or whatever you want to call them, firefly population, but but mosquitoes as well. Again, I know mosquitoes are not a popular term, but for the bat population, they are. Furthermore, not so much as are we going to lose the wetlands that are currently there, because I'm sure the committee here will protect those wetlands to the best of their abilities. I've listened to multiple meetings that you guys have had over the past couple of months, and you're very diligent in what you do. But light pollution is cited and sourced as one of the top reasons of whatever you want to call them, fireflies or lightning bugs moving out of their population. And so for us, I say to myself, all right, well, so now we lose the bat population, we lose the lightning bug population, and is there a potential that now we have to use pesticides to control our garden, which could impact the pollinators that we have with the bees that are in our garden? And then furthermore, I mean this in the most respectful way possible. Like, please don't misinterpret what I'm saying right now, but in the meetings I've listened to in past, Mr. Magden, you've been very good at directing people to, let's keep this to the purview of the Wetlands Committee. We're not zoning, we're not planning, we're not anything else. And I've even seen you tell people to rephrase their questions or their comments in that manner. And I just now, before I'm speaking, listened to Ms. Bromley talk about how affordable housing is what Milford needs, nothing related to the wetlands whatsoever. And then Ms. Merva came on, also spoke to what affordable housing could do for the community. About half of what she said had to do with, well, they've done a great job of the purview of having runoff and drainage. That they've been doing more than more due diligence than a natural developer would do coming in. But both of the testimonies we just listened to went without contest, speaking about how affordable housing was their primary goal. And I'm happy to have that conversation down the road with planning and zoning, but we're in the inland wetlands purview of things right now. And again, I've heard that be chastised and redirected in the past, but I didn't hear anything with our past 2 comments of that being addressed now. And again, I've listened to what you guys have done for the past few months. I think you're a great committee. I would just like to put that on record, in that has been redirected before, and the past 2 comments now were accepted into record without it being addressed or really directly related to the wetlands purview.
Thanks for your testimony. Is that all you have to offer?
Yes, sir. That's all I have.
Okay. I'm not going to comment other than to say this is a public hearing, and as a general rule, we give everyone in the public the benefit of the doubt. So Mary Rose, did you want to say something?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ricky has to drop off. We have a bear quorum So if we can move on.
Oh, okay, Mr. Ritchie, thank you for your attendance. See you at the next meeting. Moving on to the next person in favor. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in favor of this application? Okay, hearing none. At this time, I'd like Mary Rose, if you could introduce the folks who have signed up to speak in opposition in the order that they've been identified.
Thank you. The first speaker is Charles Casey at 86 Governor's Avenue.
Go ahead, Mr. Casey.
Hi, good evening. My name is Charles Casey, spelled C-A-S-E-Y. And along with my wife Claire, we reside at 86 Governor's Avenue, Milford. Our property adjoins with the Buick Avenue property at the northwest corner. And our questions tonight relate to the tree line, primarily along the western property line, as well as the trees along the northern and eastern property lines, and the effect of these trees with respect to the proposed snow shelf and groundwater absorptions. The trees are numerous and many are fully mature, including large oak trees, maples, and fir trees. And by my count, there are at least 50 to 75 trees along the western property line, upward to 100 trees if you include the other property lines. First, it's been indicated to us and others on numerous occasions that the tree line will be maintained. I believe that many people understand this to be true, and I'm hopeful that it is. However, based on a review of the maps, this does not appear to be the case. The proposed site development plan, the map labeled ECSV, shows the existing conditions on the property and identifies the area that is the edge of lawn along the western, northern, and eastern property lines. As can be seen, the area between the edge of lawn and the property lines are labeled as wooded. This wooded area, as you all observed during the site walk, reflects the tree line for which we are concerned. Based on our review of the property, it appears that the majority of the trees along the western property line are rooted between 10 to 25 feet from the property line, which corresponds with what is shown as edge of lawn on the map ESCV. Map SP1 shows the proposed site plan. This plan shows much of the wooded area along the western property line is replaced with parking. The distance from the property line to the curb line is shown to be 8.4 feet. And map SP5 is the landscaping plan. And this shows this 8-foot area to be the snow shelf. This map also indicates a remaining tree line, generally following along the property line. Thus, the areas marked as wooded are no longer part of the plan. This is an inconsistency here between what the neighbors are being told and what is reflected on the proposed plans, and we ask for clarity as to whether the trees are to be retained or removed. For purposes of this commission, if some or all of the trees are to be retained along the western line, as we are being told, or if new border trees are subsequently required to be planted, is it also appropriate to show this same area as a snow shelf? Second, the groundwater testing and the reported results were concluded with these trees in place. If the trees are to be removed, what impact could that have on the results of the groundwater absorption and perhaps the groundwater levels itself? I've read that trees can absorb between 10 and 100 gallons of water daily, depending on the season, type, and maturity of the trees. Extrapolate this over the number of trees on this property that appear to be planned for removal, and I would certainly think that the results of the groundwater testing could be significantly different if compared to similar testing conducted after the tree removal. Thank you for your time this evening, and I hope you'll give consideration to these important items.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Who's next on the list, Mary Rose?
The next speaker is Anna Rita Oliveira from 78 Sunnyside Court.
Thank you. Anna Rita Oliveira, Oliveira, 78 Sunnyside Court. I'm just going to reiterate exactly what Charlie said in regards to the trees. If you, we indicated a lot about the trees on the in the front of the property, but those trees, if they're removed, they impact the rest of the neighbors and their properties, the absorption of the water, and we're concerned as to what that's going to look like for the neighbors on Sunnyside and Governors. And then also in regards to the pavers, thank you for providing us with lots of detailed information, and also the maintenance information. We just want to make sure also that we want to make sure that the maintenance is going to be maintained with the not using the rock salt and or using the proper equipment to make sure that the filtration system and everything is utilized properly so that we don't contaminate the water in the wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliveira. Who's next on the list, Mary Rose?
Next on the list is Susan Morris from 58 Governors Avenue.
Hi there, my name is Susan Morse. I live at 58 Governors Avenue. Last name spelled M-O-R-S-E. I just have a concern about how serious this owner is about really respecting the wetlands. And I'll tell you that where my concern came from. In March, just 7 months ago, I had to drive through Buick Ave because Governors was shut down and we couldn't go down it the proper way. So I went up Buick, which I'd never driven up, and there were 4 to 5 large construction vehicles parked along the road. So large that I had to kind of maneuver around them. Buick Ave in that area was very narrow. And I mentioned this to a neighbor of mine, and she said, as a routine walker, she has seen those same vehicles and vehicles with snow plows parked there for approximately the last 2 years. Now, here's where my wetlands concern comes in. In fact, she even said she's seen them hosing off the snow plows. So that was on Buick Ave, on the edge of the road between Buick Ave and I believe where the house was. I wish that I had thought to take a picture of what I saw, but I was too busy driving. And I just wonder about the grease, the oil from these large construction vehicles, not from a Honda or a Toyota or residential cars, construction vehicles parked there, and what leaches into the ground and the water. And also washing off snow plows. You're talking about, I would assume, salt and road treatment products. So that worries me. And then is this owner going to still be parking those there, or will they be on the property in the apartment building? And will the grease and oil from construction vehicles, not from subcompact cars or cars, can the porous pavers handle that? So those are that's the personal concern. And of course, I echo the concerns of everybody in my neighborhood about what's going to happen to our wetlands in our neighborhood. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the time tonight. It was a long night and I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mary Rose, who's next on the list?
Next on the list is Trista Simchek of 68 Governors Avenue.
Hi. Hi, I'm Trista Simoncek from 61 Governors Avenue, Simoncek. Thank you for what you do and for listening tonight. It's been a long night and I appreciate your work to protect Milford's wetlands. I share concerns that are going to be raised tonight, that have been raised or will be raised by the next speakers. But I'm also thinking about, open space. We look at these people who are going to move into these apartments. What's the open space for them for recreation? And if they do decide, the developer decides to create some open space and he has to rearrange pavers and things like that, what does that do to the water filtration systems and how that's going to affect the wetlands? After listening to the presentation too, I have some concerns regarding the Buick Avenue changes. I know they're saying that currently it meets for the current traffic, which isn't much traffic, right? We have a house that no one's living in down there. Some random people cut through there. And this would potentially meet the load for, 53 units, 92 parking spots, in and out a couple times a day, guests. So I would just want to make sure that we're doing our good due diligence, that the road work that goes in at the end of Buick Avenue is going to indeed protect that wetlands that's right there. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for your testimony. Mary Rose, who's next?
The next speaker is Wiley Blake of 65 Governors Avenue.
Thank you. Go ahead, Wiley.
Hi, Wiley Blake, 65 Governors Ave, and Wiley is spelled W-Y-L-I-E. I think you got the Blake. I would like to address some concerns I have about runoff from the proposed property at 34 Buick going into Stubby Plain Brook. And I apologize if this seems redundant. I don't recall ever seeing a flush curb on one side of a Milford City street and a concrete curb on the other. To my point, when we have very heavy rain, won't runoff from the proposed parking lot rush over the concrete curb on Buick, allowing the untreated water to continue across the street and pass right over the flush curb right into Stubby Plain Brook. I do see there is a perforated underdrain beneath the flush curb, but over time it will get clogged with debris and sediment, and weeds will grow out of it, stopping up the drain. What measures are being taken to prevent this from happening? Experience tells me that what will happen is the underdrain will get clogged, and then the untreated water, which is going to be saturated with oil and gas and grease and salt and antifreeze and pesticides, et cetera, is all coming off the parking lot at 34 Buick, will wash over the flush curb right into Stubby Plain Brook. Why isn't there a catch basin? Isn't that a better way to address the issue of untreated water? Those are some of my concerns. Thank you so much for your time and for listening. And we really value what you do.
Thank you for your testimony. Mary Rose, is there anyone else listed on your priority list?
I have 1, 2, 3, 4 more speakers.
Okay.
5 more speakers. The next speaker is Joseph Simich. I'm going to say it wrong again. I apologize. Simchuk of 61 Governors Avenue. And he has submitted, I believe, a photo that I'm going to share.
Okay, thanks, Mary Rose.
It's a photo with questions on it.
Good evening. It's Joe Simoncek, Simoncek, at 61 Governors Avenue. And I had some questions, and I came up with some more questions. I wanted to, if you scroll up, I took an aerial view from one of the reports, and just to kind of bring home how many trees will actually be cut down. I was hoping that, in the report, they show some of those trees that will be cut down in the south side, but we can see the vast number of trees that will be cut down on the north side. And there's a lot of trees on the property line that, again, I would think that, what's going to become of those trees? Are they going to get trimmed? Are they going to get cut? All the roots going to get cut underneath so that they'll die? So I'd like to have some expert testimony about that. How is that, all that cutting, what's going to happen to all those trees, and how will that affect the ecosystem in this area? This is an area we do have significant wildlife here. I mean, we have a lot of foxes. We get turkeys through here. We get deer through here. It's amazing how many the diversity of animals that come through this area. And I imagine this is an area where they come. They drink water from the wetlands. And I know that they cross they come up the road there and cross over Governor's Avenue. So this is kind of a place where a lot of wildlife does live. I see there's going to be, again, going across the Buick Avenue, there'll be more trees cut down there. I'm a little fuzzy about where that authority comes from. Are these, is Buick Avenue still going to be a public street, or is this just a driveway for the developer? So maybe questions for other agencies, but how does all this come about? And does the tree commission have to get involved with these cuttings if they're on a city street? So I have those concerns on how those trees will affect the water quality of going down from that road from Buick into Stubby Brook. And again, I would think too, who's going to be responsible there? I know we talked about the drainage on the south side. Who's going to be responsible for maintaining that? Is that a city function, or is that the developer's function? Who's going to permanently take care of that? And just a couple of questions about the pavers. There was a sense to talk about the pavers, but just a couple of questions. What is the life cycle? What's the life cycle of these pavers? Do they have a lifetime? And I can imagine if they do reach the end of their life, how do they get replaced? Do they get replaced, or do they just get paved over by the next owner, or in some distant time, whatever it is? What is the impact of having too much salt on the pavers? My experience with people that do salt, and I know that they're always worried about liability, but my experience is people, they just spread salt as they will, and even to the fact that you have more salt down than snow. So, to have a maintenance plan, how well will that be enforced, and how will that salt, if there is too much salt laid down, how will that affect the pavers? I think that's probably everything I had to talk about. I appreciate your work, and thank you for this meeting.
Great. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Simonek. Rose, who's next on the identified list?
The next person is Roberta Silver at 55 Governor's Avenue.
Go ahead, Roberta.
Good evening. Roberta Silver from 55 Governor's Avenue. Oops, I don't know what I did. And again, I thank you for your time and all your work. I have many concerns about this project relating to inland wetland issues, but I'm going to focus on how this plan aligns with ADA laws and how conforming to the ADA may affect the planned materials and runoff in the 100-foot wetland review area. As seen through the detailed analysis of the blocks and the 3/8 gap drainage specifications of the Bellegarde pavers, there's only 1/8 of an inch tolerance of variability in the paver installation before it exceeds the ADA requirements of no more than a 1/2 inch gap. And this detail is important because how would this extremely important dimension be monitored during installation and then maintained in the future? This is important not only for water flow and for the ability of those using wheelchairs and baby strollers or walking, as well as people with shoes that might get caught in those pavers that cause twisted ankles, etc. And along that line, this is being presented as a community that's being developed that can access stores, mass transit, etc. by foot. Milford's code typically requires sidewalks in any new development. However, unless I'm missing something in the plans, I didn't see any sidewalks in these plans. And how are the people supposed to get from the development safely onto Cherry Street? Is now the time to change the site plan to accurately reflect how the sidewalk and road will impact the existing property lines or easements? That's just one question I have. I walk down this road very often, and the two pictures, thank you for putting those up, that I've submitted show the buildup and pooling of runoff of water after a very short rain on July 8th. It was probably a half-hour rain. However, this raises another concern in terms of water runoff. Adding the required sidewalks would harden more permeable surface area and create more flooding and runoff. I'm wondering how making this a legally and safe road with required sidewalks would be accomplished in a way that is not going to negatively impact our waterway. So that's one of my questions in addition to the other ones raised by my neighbors, and thank you for your time.
Thanks for your questions and your testimony. Appreciate you framing it in the context of the inland wetlands. Thank you. Any other identified speakers? Mary Rose?
We have William Silver of 55 Governors Avenue.
Good evening. Bill Silver, Silver, at 55 Governors Avenue. And like everyone else has said, thank you for your time. I'll try to be brief, but I am going to deal with the subsurface conditions relative to the pavers. Subsurface, try to keep it with that. So I'm going to just list some of the elements where the design is in conflict with the Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual. Page 302 of that manual says don't use filter fabric beneath the bottom course of the cells, those cells. And right now the plan shows a filter fabric under the base course. DEP says don't do it. Page 303 says there should be outlet and overflows graded to convey runoff to a conveyance system for storms greater than the design event. Now, while they have the baffles between each one of the paver cells, there is that 2-inch gap above it, and that is not what the state defines as a conveyance system. That's just you going from one paver cell to the next. They do not connect to a piped storm system that deals with storm flows greater than the design storm event that the DEP requires on page 303. I'll keep on going. Drawing SP2, it does not show cells connecting to those outlets, those pipes at either end, and such curb cuts, catch basins, or perimeter stone trenches with outlets that the DEP recommends in their stormwater quality manual. So they specifically say conveyance system is catch basins, perimeter stone trenches, and other outlets. Page 303 of the manual. Existing native subgrade should be not compacted or subject to excessive construction traffic. So as they're excavating approximately 19 inches to get down to the depth required for this drainage network under the pavers, they will be on, let's say, virgin materials. Those virgin materials are saying should not be compacted. And so if you try to perceive what is the construction phasing of this, when almost all of the surfaces leading up to the building are all part of this paver system. So yeah, I would really encourage, much like you asked with the prior applicant, boy, this really does need a construction sequencing plan so that they don't compact those virgin soils that will remain before they start putting on the materials. Page 304 of the Stormwater Quality Manual. Adjacent drainage areas are to be vegetated and established before runoff to these paver cells is completed. So that means that all those stormwater, all those snow shelves and the adjacent areas all have to be seeded and grassed and in place before the paver cells can be energized. Obviously, they're trying to limit the amount of fines going into the systems. That's another construction sequencing recommendation from the state. Page 305. Obviously, you've seen do not use sand in the winter. And like Joe Samancic said, don't use salt on this material either. But when people are slipping or sliding, what is the property manager's first response? Quickly solve the problem. And so how is the maintenance plan written as principled as it is really going to deal with the real life situations of panic or management by others that don't necessarily read the management plan? And you guys, I know, have dealt with that. Obviously, Mr. Weway talked about minimizing de-icing chemicals. One of them is don't use any chemicals that are older than 1 year. So does that mean that the management company that will be maintaining this actually has to keep an eye on the dates on their stock and then not use any of the de-icing chemicals that are preferred over top of salt or sand, because that doesn't do the paver system. On page 555 of the manual, quality manual, areas that it's dealing with the future. Areas that experience flooding every few years should expect flooding multiple times every year by 2050. This project will only be 30 years old, so young in its lifetime, and yet DEEP is recommending that we deal with storm events that don't happen only a few times, every few years, but a few times every year. And so that gets to the capacity of that under drainage system. And how do we really design for that when we can't put a precise number on it, except for not using that type of system? Let me see, chapter 10 in the deep manual, perform saturated hydraulic conductivity rates. This deals with the drainage rate of the virgin soils under all the processed materials that are put on. DEEP requires at least, well, two things. One, I couldn't find locations for the 7 tests that were taken in the stormwater report. And so I tried to find them, so I don't know what they correspond in terms of depth of the saturated soils and their performance. DEEP requires 1 test every 2,000 square feet of infiltration area. And if our 1.5 acres, that requires 32 tests. We only have 7. Or it says 1 test every 5,000 square feet of permeable pavement area. That requires 13 tests. We only have 7. Let me see, on SP8, Bob had shown, Mr. Weway had shown the Bellegarde paver system. That paver system, essentially with its 2 inches of a top layer, 4 inches, 8 inches to the bottom of the system. And then the state requires 24 inches of virgin material under that is above the high water table. So this gets to the comment in the drainage report, page 3, where the existing groundwater, which was admitted to only being observed in the spring of 2025, was somewhere between 33 and 52 inches deep. The system that is shown on that section is 41 inches total. So you take that 41 and then factor in the 33, even if that is the most shallow groundwater, it's going to show you that we are perched into groundwater that DEEP does not allow. They require 24 inches below the system. And so we are essentially in violation on some of them, depending on where some of those tests were taken or where the thinner fill material is being put on versus the thicker material. And so it's hard to determine from the drawings the precision of the testing locations. And then number 2 is that what is our responsibility to determine reasonable groundwater depth as it relates to these paver under systems, and taking only readings 1 season in spring of 2025 versus November, which is another high water system, really makes you wonder, should we study it more carefully to make sure our groundwater is not going to be within this drainage system, and therefore it's going to overflow each one of the paver cells and down into Buick and across that curbless system and into the brook. Trying to wrap up quickly, SP8, it says prepare the subgrade according to recommendations in the geotechnical report. That's deals with the soils underneath the system. There is no geotechnical engineering report with this. So we don't know precisely from a geotechnical engineer's perspective of what that performance is going to be in those materials. Yes, Codaspoti and Associates took those saturated hydraulic conductivity rates, but it was not by a geotechnical engineer. Quickly try to get to a few more of them. SP2, paver cell number 1, which is the lowest one on the slope from the west to the southeast. Paver cell number 1 is noted as ending at the 20-foot contour line. That contour line is actually a little bit upslope from the 100-foot inland wetland control line. That means that portion of the parking area in the southeast corner by the oak tree, both sides of the oak tree and the driveway down, do not have the paver system perfect. Well, it may have the pavers laying on top, but it is not detailed with the paver cells and the drainage pipes to help perk that system out. Let me see. So that's no power cell number 4. And there also that 20-foot contour line, if you look further into the southeast around the tree and those spaces, you'll see that it is indicated, I believe, as flat. There is no pitch to that last 20 or 30 parking spaces in the southeast corner. Where's that water going? There's no catch basin in the corner. So does that mean it's running around the oak tree and out onto Buick Avenue unpercolated? And then last but not least, I think you've heard it probably, there's a heavy reliance on frequent paver maintenance, 6 months, et cetera. They talk about leaf blowers being sufficient to clear the debris out, let's say after lawn treatments, et cetera. That's leaf blowers covering 1.5 acres to hit every one of those paver joints to make sure they're clear. Is that reasonable to expect lawn maintenance crews to do that? And then probably to close, perhaps the extent of the system and the numerous maintenance requirements says volumes about the risks of this system. It is new in many areas. Many engineers don't necessarily use it. I've heard it's used in smaller areas here in Milford. This is a big area adjacent to a protected wetland where it will flow out the driveway because that's the way the grade is flowing. And as it crests each one of the paver cells and goes down the slope to the southeast corner, its relief is on Buick and the brook. And that's it. I appreciate your time and allowing me to prattle on.
Thank you very much for your questions and your testimony, Mr. Silver. Mary Rose, is there anyone else identified on the list?
There are 2 more individuals identified on the list. The agency has not had the chance to ask questions, but we are at 10:47. And if the agency wishes to go beyond 11 p.m., they need to take a vote at this time. And that vote would be to continue the meeting until 11:30, at which time we'll take another vote at 11:15.
Sounds good. Do I hear a motion to extend the meeting until 11:30 p.m.?
I'll make that motion.
Motion's been made. Do we have a second on the motion?
I'll second the motion.
I heard 2 votes. Mr. Black, I think I heard you first. Go ahead. Okay, Lisa, roll call vote.
Did Daniel leave?
Yes.
So Ranjit?
Ranjit also left.
Left.
Okay. Brian Black?
Aye.
Jim Connors?
Aye.
Nick Ritchie?
He did leave also.
Mr. Ritchie also had to leave.
Julie Valvo?
Aye.
Buddy Field?
Aye.
Ray Gradwell?
Aye.
Brenda Magnan?
Aye. Motion carries. We will continue to 11:30 as a recommendation. I believe that should be the end of this evening. We have plenty of time to continue this hearing beyond this evening. That would be my recommendation. And yes, Mary Rose, for the edification of the public, we as an agency will have many questions and we haven't started. So I would like to hear the next person that is on the list, Mary Rose.
The next speaker is James Niles of 44 Governors, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, James.
I'm sorry, what's that last name?
Niles.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So
My name's James Niles. I'm at 44 Governors Avenue. And I'd like to speak a little about the paver system that Mr. Weeman spoke about. Everything that he had mentioned, I agree with, except for the fact that he left off all the negative portions of them. He did mention the study at University of New Hampshire, and they had issues with their system when it came time to cleaning. They had a pair of trees located near one of the entrance, and that tree dropped leaves, which then clogged all the joints up. There was a large evergreen that dropped the needles into the openings, and machines they used were ineffective at removing the packed debris. And some of the debris that they found were cigarette butts, sticks from trees, trash were found lodged in the paver joints. Additionally, from tonight, I noticed that the plan for the new trees to be planted were for pine oak and honey locust trees. They have a root system that on average is about 18 inches below grade, and they spread out 2 to 3 times the side of the canopy. And what that does is that puts it directly in the middle of the bell guard system. Because based off of what Mr. Wayman spoke about, he's about 16 inches of materials. So the trees is going to be, the tree roots are going to be right there. The red oak that was mentioned is going to be an issue as well, because the roots of that tree reaches out 50 to 60 feet. I'll also notice on the plan that there was a sidewalk, and how do they plan on de-icing that sidewalk? Are they using de-icer? Are they using chemicals? Do they have runoff from the sidewalk? So those are issues that just because they're not using it per se on the actual pavers, there is going to be runoff from the sidewalk. The Belgard commercial OEM manual states that limitation issues such as areas around the permeable paver is stabilized and covered with required vegetation, which Bill Silver had mentioned. Additionally, using snowplow or snowplow box, the utilization of rubber or plastic blades is highly recommended, so that it doesn't scrape the top of the pavers. Mr. Wayman said that there was an option. Belgrade's saying it's not an option. Additionally, on page 303 of the 2024 Connecticut Wastewater Quality Manual, it states that in systems where previous pavement is installed adjacent to the conventional pavement, a full depth barrier should be used between the two types of pavement to ensure that the structure integrity is maintained and prevent inadvertent saturation of the adjacent pavement, which means where the connection between Buick Avenue and the parking lot needs to have a barrier. Has there been any documentation submitted that shows this? Additionally, as stated on page 305 of the manual, detailed inspection and maintenance requirements are a key factor. Inspection and maintenance schedules with those parties responsible for the maintenance should be identified on the plans and in the stormwater management system. Furthermore, maintenance must be performed by a properly trained in the use of the special equipment necessary in accordance with the industry or manufacturer requirement, such as vacuum sweeping, specialized snow plowing, etc. And lastly, on the same page, maintenance should be detailed in a legally binding maintenance agreement. Has the committee members been provided with this agreement from the developer? And no, I'm not going to repeat what other people have said tonight. But the paving systems, while they sound good, they do. The Connecticut wastewater manual says that the pavers are not suitable for heavy use. And with 92 vehicles on the property in and out, what's considered as heavy use? That's a question for the committee to have to answer. Thank you for taking my questions tonight, and continue the work. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions and your testimony. Mayor Rose, who is up next on the list?
Next on the list is Anita Fernandez of 88 Governors Avenue.
Go ahead, Anita, you're recognized.
Hi, thanks a lot. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name's Anita Fernandez. That's Fernandez, and I live at 88 Governors Avenue. Our property is on the western edge of the development site, and I share a lot of the concerns that my neighbors have mentioned about the novelty of this paver system and the confusion about the trees on the border. I'm bringing to you a concern about flooding. Mary Rose, I sent a picture, but I could share my screen to share it if you don't have access to it. Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you. So this is our driveway. On the top of our driveway floods like this routinely. I would say between 6 and 10 times per year. And it doesn't even take that much rain for it to happen. And it's been happening more and more lately. I think with climate change, we can expect this to happen more and more frequently. And what we call a 25-year storm might become a single-year storm or a 5-year storm. It's hard to predict. So so I'm pretty concerned about the snow shelf. So essentially you can see my garage there. Right behind that is the border with the development site. And actually right behind there is part of this proposed snow shelf. So I'm a little concerned, especially with the testimony by the engineers that they could be depositing up to 4 feet of snow in this area right behind our garage, which is already very flood prone. And since there's some confusion about whether those trees will be kept, it looks like the trees would have to be removed. I feel like that would have been another potential that potentially is mitigating the flooding that we're already seeing, right? But if those trees are removed and we're going to get snow pushed up against the border of our property, it strikes me that this flooding could become even more frequent. And I'm really concerned about the damage it's going to do and what kind of runoff there's going to be as a result of all that flooding. So thanks very much for hearing our concerns, and I really appreciate all the work that you're all doing.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez, for your testimony. Mayor Rose, that is the last person on the identified list of speakers.
That is the last person on the identified list of speakers. I do have 2 videos that other people had submitted, if the agency wishes to entertain them at this time.
Yes, how long are they?
They're only a couple of seconds each. The first video is a video of the brook overflowing during a 2021 storm at 90 Governors Avenue.
Okay.
So let me see how I get this shared. Hold on. And pause the video while I do this. We tried this today, it worked. Let's see if we can do it again. Share. Media player. Share. All right, hopefully you are seeing this.
We can see. Yep.
So this is a video at 90 Governors Avenue. I apologize, appears to be no sound. This is Stubby Plain Brook running during that storm, which again was, tell you in 1 second when that storm was. Okay, close that. That storm was in 2021 at 90 Governors Avenue. The next video is a video of flooding at 55.
Sorry, Mary. Sorry, who submitted that for the record?
I do not have, that was received today. Taft put it in here. It doesn't have a name on it, and I apologize. I don't have that. I can get that for you for the next meeting. I would assume it was the folks at 90 Governors Avenue.
Thank you.
The next video also does not have a name on it. It was a video of flooding at 54 Sunnyside Court. That is the area where the city drain comes onto this property, the subject property. So we're going to pause this. Where did that go? Apologize, lateness of the evening and one too many windows open. Find the share. Are you seeing a screen at all?
Not yet.
No, okay. Again,
No.
this is 54 Sunnyside Court. This is where the city drain exits between the two homes on Sunnyside Court, and it enters the property. It's the north side of 34 Buick Avenue that water is heading towards.
Can you possibly give us an orientation as to where this is on the existing conditions map?
Sure.
Just so we have that context.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I understand where you're referring to, but I want to make sure it's clear. And while Mary Rose is doing that, if anybody that hasn't been recognized would like to speak in opposition, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. And as I mentioned, or I may not have mentioned, but I intended to mention, as per normal proceedings, if you've presented already, you do not have an opportunity to present again until the rebuttal.
Okay, through you, Mr. Chairman, you should be seeing the colored rendering on sheet SP5.
Right.
Right. The video of the water coming out, bubbling out at 54 Sunnyside Court was roughly in this area where my mouse is circling just off the property to the right of the screen.
That's where I thought it was. Okay, just making sure.
And then the earlier one of flooding in the stream in a backyard was at 90 Governors Avenue, which I believe is in this general area.
Great, thank you.
Good to see that print.
Okay, as we have about 15 more minutes, so not even 15 more minutes before we have to take another vote. I'm just doing a count of how many we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 folks who have raised their hands that haven't spoken. There are a couple of things that the agency needs to do before we wrap up this meeting tonight. So it may be that we have to extend, so I'm sorry, the last name is Harb. It's late. How do you say your first name?
It's Sayumi Harb, Harb.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping me with that.
Yeah,
I'm go ahead.
94 Governors Avenue. Where the property.
I'm sorry, what?
94 Governors Avenue. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Yes, now.
You were just, I was talking over you. Thank you.
Okay. So I would like to add on to our neighbor's testimony about the extensive wildlife that use this area as a wildlife corridor. It wasn't included in Jen Beno's report, so I'd like to say that as a witness to this region, this water inland wetlands area, the Stubby Brook behind our house, we've seen coyote, hawks, foxes, rabbits, deer, squirrels, chipmunks, groundhogs, skunks, raccoons, voles, blue jays, bobcats, and turkeys. And we see them on quite a frequent basis. And we do have concerns about the impacts to the wildlife and specifically the fauna that depend on this area for sustenance and for hydration and for shelter and, with the cover from the sun and the warmer weather in particular, and wondering why the existence of these animals weren't included in the materials. So I just wanted to make sure that that's on record, that these animals are being seen. And I'm sure my neighbors could testify to the existence of to have seen these animals also in our area. The other question I had was about in the presentation about the permeable pavers. There was a frequently cited report from the University of New Hampshire. But I'd like to also point out on record that this study was funded by multiple paving companies and concrete companies. So I question there's a clear conflict of interest. I question the objectivity of those studies and would like to see further studies that are independent and not funded by companies that have a financial interest in selling products related to permeable pavers. And so going back to also to the wildlife, I would like to respectfully ask the commission to consider requesting further studies of the wildlife and the use of this area as a important corridor for these species, and to consider the possible impacts to the ecosystem in this area. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimonies, Sayumi. Next up, Bulos Harb.
Yes, Bulos Harb. Good evening, folks. My name is Bulos Harb. I reside at 94 Governors Avenue, directly across from the creek. To give a brief introduction, I'm an engineer with extensive experience in systems analysis and data modeling. As you know, data modeling is a key aspect of the projections and arguments being presented by the developers here. While I have many concerns about many aspects of this significant project, I want to cover 3 points that relate to this committee. One, modeling averages versus peak. What I heard in the developer's presentation was a reliance on average water flow calculations. This approach is technically inadequate as it fails to account for the peak flow during the storm events that, as we know, are becoming more frequent. As this committee knows, our creek and associated wetlands are a natural defense against flooding. So they act as a sponge, absorbing, slowly releasing stormwater. Altering this critical natural feature will have severe consequences for the land and adjacent properties. It is not a point of debate that this development will significantly increase impervious surfaces. It will replace permeable ground with roofs, driveways, roads, which will dramatically increase the volume and velocity of stormwater runoff entering the creek. Even under current conditions, and we've seen evidence here, we have personally observed the creek overflowing its banks and flooding the surrounding wetlands and critically flooding onto Buick Avenue. This is a current reality, not a future possibility. Adding the runoff from this development will only make these flooding events more severe and more frequent. My neighbor Bill Silver covered this point extensively. Second point is, while the developer promotes the prospect of affordable housing, and some people in favor here brought this up, I want to be clear on this point for the record. While the state's 830G statute may allow developers to bypass zoning regulations or certain zoning regulations, it does not override the authority of this Inland Wetlands Committee. JT also brought this up. This bypass of local zoning increases the pressure on our systems. The proposed increase in height and density, regardless of for the reasons of it, creates a greater hydrological impact. It will result in a significant increase in the volume and velocity again of stormwater runoff, which will pollute the creek, cause erosion, and heighten flood risk to adjacent properties. The third point is I also want to address the argument that some folks made that the development is necessary to save us from invasive species. Let me be clear. The health of the wetlands and surrounding land is a major concern for this neighborhood. However, one does not need to build a massive development to manage invasive plants. These species can and should be removed and replaced with native plantings, but without bulldozing the area and creating permanent flood risk. So I want to reiterate my strong opposition to this proposal. And to ensure a truly a transparent and accurate assessment, I formally request the following. The committee require the following from the developer. First, their complete hydrological and hydraulic analysis, including all assumptions, raw data, and models. Crucially, these models must show the projected runoff both before and after the removal of existing trees and shrubs, which someone brought up here, so we can see the true impact of clearing this land. Second, given that many theoretical runoff solutions as presented here fail in the real world, we need to see more than just plans. We need a detailed analysis of the long-term feasibility and maintenance requirements of these proposed mitigation techniques. And finally, we need a clear enforcement plan. So who will be responsible for inspecting and maintaining these systems in perpetuity? And what are the checks and balances to ensure our properties are not put at risk when these systems inevitably degrade? So I reiterate, this information is essential for a transparent and accurate assessment of the true risk this project poses to this land and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Bulos. Next up, Anais, A-N.
Hi, my name is Anya Smontek, so A-N-I-A, and then S-I-M-O-N-C-E-K. I also live at 61 Governors Avenue. I just have several concerns. It seems like this is really thought out plan at the moment with no residents living there, but there's no planned green space for these people to be outside. And that just raises concerns like where are they going to go when they need to be outside? Because they're not going to be staying in their apartment. They're going to want to go outside. I mean, I'm 25 years old and I'm technically someone that is being marketed as a target demographic for this sort of apartment space. And I know personally, I have my dog and I want to go outside, walk my dog, and there's no green space. So I would just like to know how the developer is going to protect the wetland area and prevent the residents, especially their smaller children, from wandering into that area and trampling any of the plants and necessary species that are in that area. And then just living on Governors, we've had a lot of development in the area recently, and these large apartment complexes that also don't have green spaces. And there has been an influx of people walking around, which is great. And they're all friendly and wonderful, but there has been an accumulation of dog feces and trash being left around, a lot of pollution, just garbage. And that is a concern I have for the wetland area as well. Like, now are we gonna have to have special group projects to go in and clean out these spaces that aren't being included at the moment by people going in there and using them? So, and then there's been a lot of talk today about maintenance, and I'm just wondering who is going to be supervising this maintenance. Are we going to have a dedicated person from the town coming out and going over the pavers and making sure that everything is within that 1/2 inch spacing? Or are we going to be relying on the um, the people running the development to make sure that that is in within regulation. And then I am also just wondering what the plan is for the historic house. I noticed that the space is being divided. The house is getting half an acre. And I'm wondering, is that going to be sold off separately? What is going to be happening with that area?
I'm sorry, I am going to ask you, it is getting late. Can you be
No, I'm
specific,
done. I'm done.
specific about wetlands? We're not zoning.
Okay, yeah, I'm done.
Okay, we have two more who have raised their hand. That's Grace and then Rich.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, could we vote to go to either 11:30 or 11:45?
We've already voted to go to 11:30.
Oh, sorry,
We could entertain a motion to go to 11:45.
but let's leave it where it is. I'm sorry.
I would recommend that we entertain a motion to go to 11:45. That would be give us an opportunity to address some actions we've got to take as an agency before we adjourn. So
You do that before 11:30.
we're getting close. Let's take a motion to extend it to 11:45, and if we could get it done before then, fine. But I entertain a motion to extend to 11:45.
I'll make the motion for you.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second. Yep.
Lisa, roll call vote, please.
Brian Black,
Aye.
Jim Connors,
Aye.
Nick Ritchie, or he's not here.
Not here.
Not here.
Julie Valvo,
Aye.
Buddy Field,
Aye.
Ray Gradwell,
Aye.
Brendan Magnan.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, and if we can get done before then, great. Grace, you're up. You're up next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Grace Kelly. I live at 53 Sunnyside. And I just heard Mr. Wayman speak about 25-year storms or 100-year storms in regards to mitigating rain from the storms. And I looked up Wikipedia quick, and in the 21st century alone, here for New England, we've had 8 storms. So that's in 25 years, we've had 8 storms, hurricanes. And are we accounting for that in regards to the development in the pavers? So that's my one and only input.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Your address, I believe you may have said it, but Lisa, did you get the address?
53 Sunnyside.
Thank you.
Yep.
Rich Cooper, that's how you pronounce your last name.
Oh,
go ahead.
Coming. Hello.
Yes, hello, go ahead.
Hi, how are you, everyone? Rich Cooper, Kuepper, 50 Sunnyside Court. Our southwest corner of our property is like corner to corner with this property's northeast corner. So a couple of things I just want to share with you. I've lived here now 12 years of just observable things that I've noticed in the land. There's a lot of talk of the surface runoff on the pavers. I have a comment to make on those. But on my property in these 12 years, the land is constantly moving. There is something going on, subterranean hydrology, and it all flows in that direction to that piece of property. My corner tapers to where the former Carter Mario property corner comes in to this Buick property corner, and my corner all come together like 3 pieces of tips of a pizza pie. And that's where my land tapers. In the front of my property, and my property is next to 54 Sunnyside, that showed that that flooded stream bubbling up there. Between our two properties, there's often flooding, wet swampy land in between the two properties when it rains hard. I've been able to mitigate that a bit by moving my downspout from the roof runoff, but it's wet there. In the front of our property, where those two properties come together, I have a piece of driveway, and I was getting this deep well in the ground in the asphalt, and it get worse and worse. Kept filling with water every time it rained. It was like this deep pocket, and one time I stepped on it, and my heel of my boot went through, and there's like a sinkhole in there. And so I would love to have one of these. I don't know if it's Bob Weway or Scott Stevens, one of these soil experts to come out to see what's happening there. I filled it with rocks, sand, some concrete, repaved it. That's about 6 years ago. This summer, I put 2 50-pound bags of asphalt in that hole. It keeps moving. So there's something going on in the land, in the water. 5 years ago, I could barely cut my grass back there because of the constant movement of the land. I got a dump truck full of topsoil from Grillo's, dumped it in there, filled up all those holes, made it pretty flat, and I could use another dump truck again today. So those are 2 instances or 2 episodes that I see in my land that is very fluid, I could only call it. Also, we bought the house that had a sump pump. The person who lived in 54 was a resident there when they built this house. That basement our basement here kept flooding. This is the room down here in the basement, kept flooding. So they had to put in a sump pump. That sump pump runs multiple times a day all year long. So there is a flow, a stream, something underneath this edge of the property. We also own a home at 119 Sunnyside. That has a sump pump as well. When it rains on Sunnyside Court, I would say 40% of the houses are pumping out into the street. There's that much saturation of the soil here. So those are just observable things that I have. The one thing about these pavers, a lot of really nice studies produced about these pavers. What is not mentioned, there's lots of studies that also say those pavers degrade rather quickly. It takes an incredible amount of detailed maintenance to maintain the porous nature of those stones. Particularly, they fail quickly. Within a year, they'll fail. In a high trafficked area. I don't know what the determination is of that entryway where the pavers are and 92 cars parked there. But I would love the committee, who I think is doing an outstanding job, by the way, would give an understanding of, is that considered moderate traffic, high traffic for that neck of the driveway that feeds into Buick Avenue? And in the sake of, I have more questions, but in the sake of time and everyone wanting to get to bed, I will just leave that to committee. Thank you for your time and your effort. I think you're doing a stellar job. We are all concerned in this area. Oh, one final thing. It was very interesting that Jeffrey Gordon, the tree gentleman, showed the map of the trees that were going to be cut right near Buick Avenue, but not the extent of the whole property. I wanted to see what trees were going to be eliminated, of course, at that northern border, the eastern border, and I know for my other neighbors on Governor's Avenue, that western border, and that was not displayed, and I was rather disappointed that it was a very limited view of that, and I hopefully will have a chance to take a look at that in its entirety at some point. So thank you, and good night, everyone.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Cooper. Okay, so that concludes the folks who have identified themselves as interested in speaking. Everyone has had an opportunity. If you haven't had an opportunity, now's your final opportunity to raise your hand. Seeing none, I'm going to turn it to a conversation with the agency. Typically with these public hearings and typically with applications of this magnitude and this complexity, we contemplate hiring an independent third party and I would recommend and entertain a motion to do such.
Mr. Chairman, this is Attorney Crusaden.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt in the middle of this, but I would request that if there is a peer review or an independent consultant hired, that they be given very specific guidance and limited scope based on the presentation you have tonight, based on the city engineer's recommendation, and based on the representations that there might be some other experts involved at some point in the near future at the next public hearing. So I don't know that, well, I'll leave it at that. So I just ask that if that's the decision of the agency, that it be very limited. Thank you.
Thanks for your input, Mr. Crusaden. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to consider bringing in an agent. I'd open it up for discussion by the board. The areas of concern that I think are of most prevalence involve the use of the interlocking paver systems, and by overwhelming sort of majority, there's been a lot of questions and concerns identified around the effectiveness of that design. And that's just kind of broadly touching the surface. So I would say focused on hydraulic impacts, hydraulic modeling, obviously with the focus on the impacts to the wetlands. We're not concerned about, for example, the tree canopy on the northeasterly side that has no bearing. Mayor Rose, is there anything, Mr. Connors, did you want to?
I just had one concern in talking about the pavers before I forget about this. What do you do with the pavers when you get wetness, say a rain, a freeze, and then more rain? You have a blanket over that or a seal. No water's going through those pavers.
Yeah.
That's my layman's concern or my experience. Or
that's fine. There's a whole host of questions I have that and I would like the opportunity to formulate my questions now that I've heard a lot of, and I'm sure I see Mr. Gradwell nodding. So I have composed some questions as questions have been posed through the course of the testimony. JT, could you please lower your hand? At this point, you've raised it twice. I'm not intending to acknowledge you. Sorry. So
yeah, I mean, look, I wasn't trying to make another statement. I just wanted to clarify. I think I jumped the gun.
Mr. You're not being recognized. You're not being recognized. This is not a back and forth. You were given an opportunity. You'll have an opportunity during the rebuttal. So as it relates to this proceeding, Mary Rose, did you want to say something?
I did, Mr. Chairman. At this point, it's just the commissioners and the chairman speaking. Anybody else is out of order. We need the agency members to weigh in on the type of expertise that they'd like reviewed. We did get a petition from the neighbors asking for an independent professional review of the documents and application materials for the site, including a soil scientist, biological assessment, and hydrology review. Is that what the agency is interested in?
Sure.
Are they interested in all
Mr.
three?
Mr. Gradwell, did you want to comment? I think you have.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I think I'd have some concerns, just as Mary Rose has spoken on hydrology, hydraulics, and even floodplain and floodplain flooding as well. As the project is located in a floodplain, there's an AE zone across it. There's a floodway associated with it. And we're, putting a pretty significant amount of water, whether it be in the ground or going to be tributary to that Stubby Brook watershed, that I would be significantly concerned with. So that would, I would like to have them look, whoever the consultant may be, we may hire to, as a third party, review the floodplain and floodplain impacts of this development.
And I would probably add on to what you said, floodplains as well as, the proposed paver system as it relates to that. I'm assuming you're referring to that because I think the point I'm also sensitive to is, yes, we have the upland review area, but all of this massive change is happening just in the adjacent area, and that is in our purview. That has a potential impact to the upland review area. So I looked at some of the artifacts from the design team, and it's like 300 pages worth of documentation as it relates to the hydrology and the floodplain, and this is complicated. I'm not comfortable with.
No, it's above our
and
scale.
And to the sentiment that was made about all the studies that were referenced, I agree that there should be an independent, non-biased assessment of this for those reasons. So that's the focus.
Do we have a source for that?
We have two. Mary Rose and I discussed this early on, not with a predetermination, but with the potential that this would have a degree of complexity. And there are two potential, at least two, that we would bid this out to, depending on their.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can. The procedure the agency's used in the past is we find out what we need to look at. It sounds like hydraulic review with an eye to floodplain and floodway impacts. Understanding that under the statute, we can reach outside our upland review area if it has the potential to impact the wetland and upland review area. So it sounds like we need a hydraulic engineer and a flood savvy firm. Is there anything else the agency wants looked at? Do you have any further questions on wetlands biology? Do you want to double check the wetlands lines? Do you have any questions on the species assessment?
I have a question, Mary Rose. Would Public Works have any record of flooding coming from that pipe on Sunnyside Court that in that video was bubbling before it got to that brook?
They may. I can look into that.
Mary Rose, the other consideration for me is there's a lot of change happening in that Buick Avenue area, and I'm really confused and really unclear. There's so much testimony on the interlocking pavers that I feel like we don't really fully understand what the construction sequencing is. I thought that was a great point that one of the points made by someone in reference to construction sequencing. So insofar as the paver system, I think that's a question. I have like 10 questions already. I will share those with you directly. Things like, will the design of the system short circuit kind of typical infiltration paths, right? And have any kind of impacts to those sensitive wetlands? Like, would it have a reverse impact? In other words, there was testimony offered about preventing runoff, and then there was conflicting testimony about, well, what happens if it's in a peak volume scenario? And it's really important to think about these in numerous ways, and that's just one question I have. And I'm not sure if
we could, through you, Mr. Chairman, in the interest of getting through the rest of the agenda, if we could narrow the scope of what you want me to go out and get bids on. The agency's procedures are I go out and get several quotes of people who are qualified to do the job that can do it. We have opened a public hearing. We are on a time frame constraint. So we need to know who can do it, at what price, within what time frame that meets our statutory requirements. So if you can tell me what that scope is, I can start that search.
I think that's hydrology in my example. I think it's hydrology, but I would yield to.
Any other commissioners have any other input they'd like?
Well, one would be a safety thing, but it's not our preview.
In a wetland vein.
Yeah.
In a wetland vein, well, it's next to the wetlands is Buick, the road Buick Street or whatever it is. Being so narrow, there are people going to be driving off that road to let somebody pass? Or what if you had to have a fire engine or an ambulance come down there? And there's a car broken down.
Right, but those
I
will be
know it's not in our
addressed.
purview, but the wetlands it's right next to the road.
Right, so do you have any other questions besides hydraulic
The
and hydrology?
hydrology and flooding, which is hydrology.
Is
Thank
that
you.
this, through you, Mr. Chair, is that the same expert that does the hydrology as well as the flooding and the impacts of the water flows and all that?
We'll go out and look and see what we can find. Hydraulic engineers are not easy to get.
Also the lifespan of the pavers as a drainage thing, because pavers are a problem in the Northeast. You got frost.
Okay.
And it raises havoc with pavers.
Yeah, I think the whole downside,
The whole system.
the whole downside factors that were raised, the concerns, not just that, but there's a whole host of potential trade-offs that need to be evaluated. Mr. Black, I know you were.
Okay, we don't want to get into too much discussion. We've got 10 minutes left.
Are we
Mr.
ready to
Black.
make a motion?
Hold on,
Oh, please
I'm
go.
trying to, guys, please, in the chair. Mr. Black, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'm along the pavers. I know they cited some studies that they did at University of New Hampshire. I was just wondering if there was if we had an expert that can attest to that, or if there was any other studies that was in conflict with that study. It seems hard to make a determination on one study.
Right.
Thank
Mr. Field. Mr. Field, do you have anything you'd like to add?
If we're gonna look at one thing, I mean, all the commissioners have brought up different things, and if you're getting an expert out there to look at one thing, maybe the same person can look at the other things. I mean, it's each commissioner has its own concerns in its own area, and some of the pictures the neighbors showed, I mean, that culvert with the amount of water coming out, and that was supposedly what, 21? So I'm not really an expert in that other than practicality, but if the commission feels it should have a third party, then so be it.
Mr.
But
Field,
make sure they cover enough the first time around.
Mr. Field, to that point, I would recommend that each of the agency members compose a list of 5 to 10 questions as an example, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever compelling questions you have, get them to Mary Rose. So Mary Rose, you can use that as a basis to evaluate the experts that we.
Thank you.
Okay. And as far as the time, it is what it is. Guys, we have to work and do our diligence. If we need to request an extension, we're going to need to request an extension.
So at this point, Mr. Chairman, you would want a motion to continue this public hearing to August 6th, sorry.
I'll make that motion, Mary Rose.
Thank you. Do we have a
And
second?
I second it.
We have a first and a second. Lisa, roll call vote.
Brian Black,
Aye.
Jim Connors,
Aye.
Julie Valvo,
Aye.
Buddy Field,
Aye.
Ray Gradwell,
Aye.
Brenda Magnan.
Aye. Motion carries. The public hearing has been continued until August 6th. Any other actions we need to take before August 6th in the interest of supporting our process and our due diligence?
Do we need to make a motion about the third party review, or is that?
Yes, let's formalize that as a motion.
You want me to try to put together a motion, or Mary Rose, do you want to put together the motion and I'll.
The agency would need to move that they're going to instruct the compliance officer to get quotes and facilitate hiring a third-party review of the application for IW 2500363634 Buick Avenue. To include information on hydrology, and the commissioners will get me questions tomorrow and Friday so that I can finalize if there's any other things the agency wants looked at. So in to address Mr. Crusade, and we can narrow the scope of our review.
I make that motion.
I'll
Thank
second
you.
it.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Lisa, roll call vote.
Brian Black,
Aye.
Jim Connors,
Aye.
Julie Valvo,
Aye.
Buddy Field,
Aye.
Ray Gradwell,
Aye.
Brendan Magnan.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, so at this time, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda. Mary Rose, could you please share the agenda?
Oh, sure. Hold on a second. Too many screens going.
I believe it's item F1.
It is.
Okay.
It's
so
item F1. It is 43. I'm just gonna show the map. This is 43 Driftwood. It is IW 250039. It's a proposal to raise and rebuild a single-family home with construction, grading, and stormwater within 100 feet of a wetland and watercourse in the Indian River watershed. The application is by Andrew Carlson, who I know was on the meeting earlier. I don't know if he has lasted the whole evening. The project, there are wetlands. Am I sharing a screen?
No.
No.
Let's try this. How's that? Here we go.
There you go.
This is a proposed home to replace, this is the existing, I think. The existing condition survey, proposed home at 43 Driftwood. The applicant is asking to raise their family home and rebuild it to meet their current needs. There are both tidal and inland wetlands on the rear of the house. They are proposing stormwater improvements to comply with MS4 and are meeting their distances as best they can given the constraints of the lot.
Great. I think the intent is to receive this evening.
Yep,
And
that's it. Mhm.
So I believe Mr. Crusaden, do you want to acknowledge this being not presented, but received by the agency this evening?
Yes, good evening. For the record, Kevin Crusaden, 243 Broad Street. Dr. Carlson, I think, is still on the call. I understand the time frame of it. So we have the same design team that was on the earlier call as part of this call and part of this application, and they're available to answer any questions. But given the time of it, Mary Rose gave a nice summary. It's replacing the existing house and upgrading it to the current building code and flood hazard requirements with a new single-family home to single-family home.
Okay. We will review the materials that have been submitted, and we'll hear this presentation during the next meeting, at which time we can take actions as we typically would. Okay.
Thank you.
If any commissioners have any questions they'd like to get to the applicants before the next meeting, please forward them to me.
Will do. Thank you, Mary Rose.
Thank you.
Next up on the agenda, I believe it's meeting
The minutes.
Do we have a motion to approve the minutes for?
I'll make the motion, Brandon.
Okay, let me finish.
Okay.
Both the site walk from July 2nd, 2025, and also the regular meeting as presented for July 2nd.
I'll make that motion, sir.
We have the motion.
Sorry, I cut you off.
No problem. We have a
second.
Okay, and Lisa, did you get the second?
Yeah, Julie, right?
Yep. Okay, roll call vote.
Brian Black,
Aye.
Jim Connors,
Aye.
Julie Valvo,
Aye.
Buddy Field,
Aye.
Ray Gradwell,
Aye.
Brenda Magnan.
Aye.
Yep.
Thank you. Motion carries. Thanks, Lisa, for those great minutes.
No problem.
Mary Rose, can we skip past staff report?
Certainly can.
And
It's in the notes.
chair report, we're going to skip past, apart from just thanking everybody for your due diligence this evening and for sticking with it this entire evening, 4 hours. Mary Rose, thanks for helping us through the process and all the work you've done leading up to this this evening. Lisa, thanks for staying. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
It's been made and seconded. Please a roll call vote.
Brian Black,
Aye.
Jim Connors,
Aye.
Julie Valvo,
Aye.
Buddy Field,
Aye.
Ray Gradwell, Brandon Magnan.
Aye. Motion carries. Meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening.
Thanks,
night.
everybody. Good morning.
Good night.
Take care.